has been in this planet, on this planet for ages, and we have been doing projects for thousands of years without knowing we were doing projects. So it was project, but we did not know how to talk about organizing the thing. But these guys, these Egyptians, these builders, these explorers, all these guys had some very simple principles. They must do what they were supposed to do, and they must deliver, if possible, on time. And they have a very big issue to deal with, and I start with that. Dave, you can stay here. Okay. There is something which is the infernal triangle that we have in project management that we will talk about later, which is cost, time, quality. This one is not working okay. Useless to say that these three guys are not good friends. You're going to pay a coffee for everyone. Penalty for interruption. Okay, the triangle of quality, time, cost means that we have constraints, and if we want to reduce or increase one, it's going to impact the others. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Surprise. Okay, and we will see why. When we need to talk about project, we need to know what is a project. A project is something very simple, but we have to refer to the doctrine, and this is probably what is written in the PMI book, and it's important to know what we talk about. So when I put a sentence like this, it's to read. Normally when my slides are not reading, but when I need to read, I put that and I read for you. Projects are the vehicle of change. The first sentence is very, very important. I start with that because I believe we have to get out of the toolbox. Project managers are very good at using tools. But why do we have a project in the first place? To change something. If we don't need to change, we can run the operation. That's the first clue. You can put that on your notes. The project is to change operation, we don't change. We need to change the operation. We need to initiate a project. We are going to change, so we need some tools and techniques, which are the project management tools. Projects are provided funding and resources, not so that they can simply be delivered on time, within budget and according to scope. Wow, we've got a triangle here. But because they help drive the necessary changes, both individually and organizationally, that create value for the organization. We have to keep that permanently in mind when we go for project management, because project management is a set of techniques that are going to be implemented to run your change. The problem is when you learn project management in traditional organizations, including PMI, they don't see this vision. This thing is coming from one guy who wrote a white paper in 2014 for project management instead of PMI, PMBOK. So they waited until 2014 for people to understand that change management needs project managers. And project managers exist only because they have changed. So let's keep in mind that we have to get out of the project management box if you want to run a safe project. We need not forget the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal of project management is to change something properly and to create value for the organization we work with. We don't run projects for the fun of running projects. Yes?
I'm just curious, why, if this knowledge is out there, why, so I'm going to take the Australian government as an example. They cannot run a project under budget or on time to save their life. Why? Are they doing it on purpose, just to get more money?
Well,
are they competent?
Project management is not very often full of politics. And you probably put the finger on something very sensitive for the Australian government. The Australian government is not the only one. The problem is that they're using funds that are paid by you.
Yeah.
It's not their fund. And they build things that sometimes are out of range, out of control, or out of scope. They start doing things without understanding the whole part of changing things. Changing means a method. You cannot change a thing because you decide to change. Change management is a process, and we're going to talk a little bit about that because this is not change management course, but change has to be initiated by people who have vision. And to change things, you need to make sure that people are with you or against you. And you've got to evaluate the chances for the change to happen. The problem if you change without a decent preparation, you crash. You crash because you will have so many opponents that it's going to delay the thing. We have an example in France at the moment with an airport with nearby Brittany, where I'm from, and these guys have decided to build a new international airport. It's been in project, and all the farmers are gone. It's been like this for 20 years. People don't want that airport. Some people want it, some people don't. And today, if they want to build the airport, it's still at the court. It's been for ages. People died on demonstrations. This is exactly a typical thing that shows the 0 degree of preparation from the government, from the local agencies. Whether they are right or wrong, I'm not going to say that, but this is typical of a governmental project. So if you are not prepared, if your plan for change is not well done, if you have not the consensus on the change, don't start the change. Make sure that the change will never please everyone, but at least you need to find a consensus, especially government things. For example, the Brisbane Harbour Point was something that is going to crash, but they destroyed so many things just to go nowhere. Can you tell our friends what the Harbour Point project is about?
Probably not as well as you can.
Well, that's a port nearby the beautiful reef, and they want to have big boats coming there to load coal and minerals and go through the big reef to go to deliver the good friends in China.
We promise we won't damage anything.
Oh, it won't damage anything. The coal is not dirty, and the big tanker that big won't damage anything. So there's been a bit of resistance. I probably have a T-shirt on this at home as well, saying don't do it, because my son and my daughter are very much involved in this. My daughter is in Australia working on that as well. So that's something where a lot of resistance happened, and it did not happen yet, not because the people convinced the government not to do it, but the economy in China is dropping down, and they realize that they don't need that much coal at the moment. So the investor, the Indian investor that wanted to invest in the big mining thing in Queensland, just withdrew from the. It's not because the environmentalists won, because the economy told them not to do it. But it could have been a fantastic case study for a disaster case, ecological disaster case. So that was typical of something which is not prepared. Did I answer your concern?
Yes, it just highlights the fact that someone with money can influence the government of the day to start a project, not fully funding and not fully thinking it all the way through. And then sometimes government will change halfway through, the projects change. It never seems to be thought out the whole way through. It's always changing.
Yes.
Which just seems the wrong way to do it.
Well, when you talk about governmental project in any country in the world, there is a lobby system of lobbies that is pushing for this, pushing for that. And whether government is Labour or Conservative, the lobbies are there anyway. And it's going to be, politics is never clean. So and I've been running governmental projects in Thailand and outside of Thailand, and it's always dirty. Because you've got influence, you've got guys that you've got to please, guys you've got not to displease, and that's the point. And the population is just on stage of the thing. Well, We are not going to do more politics than that. But it's true, yeah. So let's try to stay with decent projects. Okay, now I had a preliminary question, which is project and operations. What are the differences? And the differences is that a project is a set of activity that aims to produce a unique deliverable. It's time-bound within a clear beginning and ending point. You can take pictures, but this presentation will be with you. Like last time for the strategic thing, I'm going to give David the slides so that you can work on that. We have three things in there. Who can tell us what we have in there? We have keywords. Time.
Beginning and ending.
Yes. And there is one very important word that you missed. Unique. When you are on operations, you don't do anything unique. You do it day by day by day by day. You produce that. You produce not one. If I produce one, it's a prototype, it's a project. One is done, and everybody say, "Wow, that's the best machine in the world." I give it to the factory, and they produce. It's no longer a project; it's production. It's operation. Okay, so that's unique. So it's time bound because we are not the government. We don't have time to lose. If we decide to design that, if Apple decide to design the Apple 10, the iPhone 10, they don't want to do it in 20 years. They want it for next week, next month, next marketing series. They cannot lose that. If they lose that, the image is going to fade and nobody's going to buy Apple or Samsung any longer. So it's time bound within a clear beginning and ending point. Which means that we work in a time frame. Before the project, we don't work on the project. When the project is finished, we end the project. And end the project means it goes to operation or it's a failure. You can end the project because it's a failure. It happens very often. The airport think, I don't know if they're going to do it or not, but it may end up in a failure, like most of the things we have in Europe at the moment. But it will need to have a beginning. If you have no beginning, you have no end. And the end is success or failure, no alternative. Okay, are we clear on that? Now, it's unique versus multiple deliverables. If you produce that in series, if you produce 1,000 per hour, it's 1,000 deliverables. We are going to talk about what deliverable means. That's a very typical concept of project management, and we are going to look at that. So unique versus multiple. Okay, again from this doctrine, project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. The temporary nature of project indicates a definite beginning and an end. This is the official version from the PMBOK, from the PMI, and this is something you need to keep in mind because you may have some questions on that in your essay. Okay, and I reference that PMBOK. I know that because the PMBOK I have here is old. Now they send it to me, and I don't want to carry that thing, so I have the soft version, but I cannot print it for you. That would be illegal. It's licensed to me, and I even have the number here. Okay, so you have to remember this quote. Temporary endeavor, create a unique product, service or result, temporary nature, beginning, end. Okay? Now, we have more than that. Yes. Maybe it's blocking. Let's read that again. This is again from the PMBOK. Don't worry, I'm not going to be PMBOK reading all day. I'm going to put the concept, but we need to have a certain number of definitions present in our mind before we take action. Operation is organizational function. Okay, that's a function. Project is not a function. For those who have been studying strategy with me, you remember that we have functions. Function is vertical. I have the financial function, the HR function, the production function, the I don't know what function. Performing ongoing execution of activities that produce the same product and provide a repetitive service. Okay? Repetition against unique. Okay? Project require project management. Ah, yes. Project management is a hero, except that the project management, just not the change manager, is useless, or then even dangerous, because he will survive by himself. You know, these guys that create, and nobody buys their things. Okay? Project require project management. Operation require business process management, operation management. That's very different here. Here you have a long time frame. As long as your product sells, as long as your product is not at the end of its life cycle, remember the term? Life cycle. Because we are going to talk soon about another cycle. Products have life cycle. If there is a cycle, it means there is a beginning and an end. Right? My car is we call her vintage. That's a Honda City that we bought in 2000. That's a Honda Millennium. Still working, huh? But I think this product is getting close to the E, not to the B. Right? Someday this car will crash. And I will buy another Honda because I'm so happy after 16 years the car is still running. Nice. But that's a cycle. And they still produce the Honda City. It's end of cycle for me, but not for them. Just improve a little bit day by day. Project is not like that. Okay, where are we? Project, okay. Project can intersect with operations because project are always unique, but they can have phases. They will have phases, and at each end of the phase, you may have a part of the project that gets into the operation. If I want to build a factory with several lines of product, for example, I'm working at the moment with some people, they want to build a slaughterhouse in Cambodia. This slaughterhouse is going to be a huge thing, probably the biggest in Asia. And they want to have pigs, sheep, and cows, and chicken. So the project is the big thing. But they can't wait for everything to be done to start the operation. So they start with the chicken first, full chicken. The chicken will be the guinea pig. Interesting. So they're going to have the chicken in operation before the whole project is finished. I'm not involved in killing the chicken. I'm just in charge of finding them the cooling system to make sure that the food they get is not completely poisonous and full of mushrooms. Okay, so we have interaction at some parts of the project and some part of the product life. For example, I can also decide that my operation is running fast, but I need to change the cooling system, or I need to change the refrigeration system. Then I will invent a new project. I'm working also in Cambodia at a hospital, and they need to dispose their waste. You know, hospital waste is very dangerous. So at this stage, I got a contract that was 3 days ago with this hospital in Cambodia, and it's decided to buy an incineration system. Incineration for hospital is not something easy. So we decided with them to look for that and to build a project, and they decided to go on. Now we move to the installation phase, which is going to start within the next 3 weeks. By the way, they decided not to buy an Asian thing, they decided to buy an English system. So that's interesting to see the English buying from a French and English system. Why not? I cannot say.
Yes.
I cannot say. Sometimes we've got secrets in the business as well. Okay, let's move on. Okay, I took this picture and I don't like it. That's a presentation of the phasing and the cycle that your IPE slides is giving to you. It's okay, it's true, but it's very static. So we know that we have initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, closing, fine, and we know that we have areas. I want to suggest something a little bit more smart, more advanced, and more dynamic to you. And that's going to be in line with PMI as well. Don't worry, they are in line with PMI, but this is quite old-fashioned. Another one.
The management of ongoing tasks requires a different approach to the management of one-off tasks. Project management is about getting these temporary endeavours complete on time and on budget. The sad truth is that for one reason or another, most projects fail to meet their objectives. So here's some weapons you can add to your arsenal to make sure your project has the best chance of success. Firstly, make sure all stakeholders agree in granular detail on the final outcome of the project. By agreeing about deliverables at the outset of the project, you'll guard against the scope growing monstrously out of control. Planning is 80% of project management. Remember the 6 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor project performance. There's a lot of great tools that can help you keep track of your project. Use these during your planning. Before building your team, consider the skills and know-how you'll need to complete the project. Then compare that list with the people you have. Add and subtract people as necessary. Make sure you consider how information will flow where it is needed and that all stakeholders know what's happening. Prepare for stormy seas by considering what risks your project might be exposed to and plan how to best navigate to avoid or mitigate them. If you've planned properly, implementation of your project should be like conducting an orchestra, keeping the various players in check with clear, constant communication and leadership. After completing the project, report on what was done well and what could have been done better. This way your team will be better positioned to tackle their next project. Remember, anyone can complete a project by throwing more time and money at it. The real challenge is to achieve a quality outcome using the least time and money. To summarize, to make sure your project is completed on time, on budget, meeting its scope, and in a quality manner, remember that planning is paramount. Fiercely guard against scope creep by getting solid agreement on the required deliverables. Make sure you know about and use available project management tools. Think about the skills your project needs before building your team. Think hard about what risks your project could face. Communicate like an orchestral conductor during implementation. And don't forget, review, reflect, and report on your project's successes and shortcomings so your team learns from the experience.
No copyright on this one because on YouTube, I have to smile because David is taking a picture. You do yes. And you would put me on YouTube again, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God. Okay, that was a summary of what we discussed up to now. Are we clear on what is a project? What is a operation? Are we clear on the triangle? Are we clear on the challenges? Now we've got to get into the cycles, and you will see that it's going to be slightly different from this slide we had just before. Look at that. This is a cycle, and this is a project life cycle. Project life cycle is the same for every project. The only difference is the curve may have a different shape. We have a beginning, we have an end. Oh, I heard an illegal noise. Sorry. Well, you pay the coffee next time too. Okay. We have a sequence of events that will overlap over time. And this is important to identify where they are. And this life cycle has to be respected, has to be implemented, and we will use a methodology. Let's look at the life cycle more precisely. No matter how large and small, simple, complex, all project can be mapped according to that. In other words, life cycle is not industry specific. Life cycle of project starts with project management. We set the project. We organize the project. We carry out the work, and we close the project. Make sense? The problem is that very, very often this is very labor intensive, and this is where we concentrate all the things. And at this stage here, acceptance of the deliverables, which is commissioning in some organization. Commissioning is not giving commission. Eh? Commissioning is acceptance of the work. That's a full process of project management. This is the moment you know you're going to win or you're going to lose. If this part is not done properly, you're in trouble. So that's why a lot of people forget that, and this is where a good project manager with a good idea of change management can be a fantastic asset in your organization. If it's a good change manager, that's fine. It's not enough. If he's a good project manager, that's fine. That's not enough. You must have the two qualities for him. Okay, let's move on. Now, this is a little bit tricky, but we need to understand that to understand why project management is working in a certain way. Now, we have these groups of things, which is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing, controlling. This is divided into phases. And these phases are, we develop the charter, then we move to the next one, which is develop a project management plan. Then we have to manage and monitor the project work. Then we've got to make sure that we integrate the whole thing, and we have to close the project. Closing the project is quite important, as the video said, because you create history, because you create record. And if you don't close the project can drag and drag and drag. And if you are in government contracts, you know that Thai government, for example, they like to put a 10% penalty on your job. 10% penalty is probably, the government project is probably your margin. So you don't want to work for the margin. Well, if you like to do that, it's up to you, but I'm not going to be in your team. Okay? So what is important is that we move from that cycle where we have step 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, which is not industry specific, to these project management process groups, which are industry specific, because the project management plan or the project work and the execution and monitoring controlling is not going to be the same in the different projects I was mentioning. If you want to get married, it's normally a project. It's normally unique. Okay, sometimes you want to do a project again, but it's life, right? But normally, when you get married, you don't say to your wife, "You get married, that's the first time, but next time we get married, it's going to be different." Okay, so but you initiate that, you plan it, you execute that. Controlling, monitoring, yeah, you have to control the mother-in-law, and closing. You get married, now she's got to do the cooking and all the things. Right? No more love. It's a bit, now I have you have to work. That's a very, very typical European way of getting married. Now, this marriage thing is different from my incinerator project, which is a small project. Incinerator project is going to be done in 2 months. But my slaughterhouse thing is probably going to take 3 years. So it's the phases are going to be the same, but they're going to be very different and very industry specific. Now, when we have to integrate all the operations that you've got to do, we've got processes. What is the process? Okay, process is like that. I have an input. and I want the output. There is something to do in the middle, right? This is what we call a process. You have an egg, and you want a fried egg. In the middle, you have a process. That's a project. If you do it only one time. Okay? So the process has to be going according to certain number of things. For my Friday, it's going to be very quick. I will probably not go very much on the perform integrated change control. But I will use some techniques, and I will use some techniques if I want to build a restaurant specialized in fried eggs. I may have to review my process, and I may have to go again step by step, interactive, talking to my crew, overlapping because I do 3 or 4 eggs at the same time, interfering, repeating. So all these things can be different and can be linked. So what is happening is that if I'm on a complex project, maybe I'm here on one part of the project. For example, if I want to build this slaughterhouse, actually I don't like this project. It's killing animals and I hate that. I did some more fun project. I did some extrusion machines in the US. Okay, so we had several stages in this aluminum extrusion thing. We had to have the layout, the drawing. Then we had to put the concrete base. You don't put the machinery on this one, right? Once you've got the concrete base, then you've got to put the electricity, etc., etc. And each time you've got one stage, you've got one stage done, you've got to start the next stage again and again. That's what I call repeating, iterative. So iterative, it's itinerary, right? And repeating, interfering, it means you cannot do one phase without the other phase being connected. We shall see how we can use tools and very easy tools to make the thing easier and get to the happy ending. Okay, the thing is that when we get to this, remember we had that, it's going to be the same. We've got the integration process, and we've got to divide this into phases. We still have the same thing: initiating, planning, executing, controlling, monitoring, controlling, and closing, controlling. Now we've got to divide that into phases. Each phase starts with an input and with an output. So we have the end of one phase, and we have initiating, end of the phase, we go to planning, end of the phase, we go to executing, end of the phase, and we go to one phase to the other. Don't start a phase 2 if phase 1 is not closed. You say, I'm going to save time. No, you're not going to save time. You may have more time, and you can use resources. And resource management is very, very important in project. Make sure that you have a discipline to close a phase before you start a new phase. Now, the good thing with phases is that you close the phase, you have to look at yourself and look at your team and look at your boss and report. How did it go? Are we within the budget? Are we over the budget? How do we go? And once you know that, then you can decide, we start the project before it's too late. Like the coal thing, like the Abbott Point in nearby Brisbane. No, it's going to be crazy. We stop that now before it's too late. You don't put your arm in a machine, then it will swallow you all around. You have what we call kill points, decision gates. Okay, the project has to remember the first definition. Project has to bring value for the organization. At some stages, you may realize that it's not going to bring any value. It's going to bring the minor value of your organization. Stop it. Sad, but stop it. Okay. Additional level. Okay. One thing which is important is that each time you have an output, this output becomes the input of your next stage. Okay? For example, when I develop my project charter, and we're going to work on the charter very soon, then I can develop on the basis of my charter, which is very, I would say, the very important #1 document to start a project. Then I can develop my project management plan. What I have here allows me to do that. When I have a plan, I can execute. I cannot execute if I have no plan. I can try. It's going to be fun. It's not going to be a project. It's going to be a mess. So output of one process generally input of the next process. Okay? So you see we have a very systematic mathematical path. And we cannot go and bypass. Bypassing is not a solution. In some countries and in Thailand, sometimes, after 25 years, I've seen some bypasses. Bypasses were normally politically or lobby motivated, and it was not a good decision. You probably have heard of this terrible incident in Calcutta. I think it's Calcutta in India 2 days ago. This is a project. And I believe that something went wrong with the process. Okay? And that was probably at that level that it happened.
Sorry, why actually had not missed it?
They were building a bridge, a flyover, and it crashed. And probably 100 people were underneath. Happened to on the BTS, but only one block of concrete fell onto a taxi and a Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes was stronger than the taxi. Taxi driver died. The Mercedes got reimbursed. So it happens on thing, but one block of concrete, that's the only thing that, probably one of the only casualty that happened during the BTS construction. On this bridge, on this flyover in Calcutta, it's here, I think yesterday at BBC they said 50 people died. Just because something was wrong in the planning. It may happen everywhere. In Bangladesh, you've got factories that are built for doing this. Okay, I'm not going to do any politics, but this is mostly due to poor planning.
Or bypassing steps.
Yes.
To get to the end result, get money faster.
You know, in a project, you've got execution, but we have monitoring and control. What do we monitor and control? We monitor the quality. We monitor the budget. Now, if the budget is eaten by some crazy guy that wants to buy a new car, instead of putting the right concrete or the right stuff in there, what can I do? As a project manager, I could say, I stop the work. You stop the work? You see my gun? Okay, I don't stop the work. And this is the problem of project management with very, very intense political things involved. No more politics for the next 5 minutes. Okay, one thing here is you've got what I call a monitoring tool, which I created. It's not very clear, but it's too complicated to use at that stage. We know that at each stage, here we've got concept, development, realization, closing, and transfer. Well, transfer is when I finish my project and I say, dear client, it's your baby. I can go for holidays in Phuket. I finished my work. I get to the next project. You go for operation. This is what we call transfer. Okay, at each and every stage of your project, you have to ask yourself a certain number of questions. And we are going to go through that. Let's define project. This should not be here, but again, I didn't have time to clean my slides to put BSM instead. We have to do quite a lot of interesting things. But before, I'd like you to do something to make sure that we're on the same page. I would like every one of you to list 2 activities that belong to operation class and 2 of your activities that belong to project class. You give me some holidays, I'm going to make your brain work. Here we go. And of course, I need to explain why you discriminate between this operation class and this project class. To your pencils, please. Not for reading now, right? For reading later. Not to read now. Homework first. Here we go. Should be quick, huh? Are we? Are we sure that we are on the same page? So who can give us examples of activities that are operation class? You know, it looks great. Some of you must say, you think we are number one. But sometimes it's very, very difficult when you're in the business to know this is a project, this is an operation. That's why I asked this question from all of you. Do you have an example?
Oh, I'll try. Okay, the project could be to design a new earplug for safety reasons, and the operations will be manufacturing said earplug.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Because what are the three criteria for project?
Quality.
Unique.
And
Time.
and closing.
Yes.
And
Aha. You have to go back. I was sure about that. Don't worry, that's normal.
success.
Are they your home photos on the slide?
I need to put this slide again. Temporary or unique in second dimension of time. It has a beginning, it has an end. Now, can we take your project again?
Yes. So the project was to design a new earplug for safety reasons.
Okay, that's unique. Okay, that's a deliverable. The new earplug for safety reason. When does it start? Beginning, end. You have a start for the design and end of the design time. And it's clear that you know when the end is coming, right?
Yeah, and when it's ended, you start the production.
Okay, and then you send for production.
Yeah.
But is there an event saying my earplug is ready? Everybody accept that? End of the project, production. You must have something that says, here we go. Must have the end of the phase. If not, you mix production and project. Now you know it's sometimes difficult because if you already manufacture earplugs, some of your staff or worker can have smart idea and say, if I put this first or put that second, instead of putting that second and first, it may improve the quality. It may change things. That's a continuous improvement. It's not a project. So the new earplug may look 99.9% like the old one. What makes it a project? It's unique and it's not a production line yet. Sometimes production and project is not easy to discriminate. We will see that for project we need some specific tools and techniques. Tools and techniques. Okay, if I don't do this, project manager will not be happy. Because they are in love with ITTO. Okay, that's input, tools, and technique output. This is the vocabulary they use in project management. Okay, so if you don't have the specific tools and techniques applied to your project, it's just a continuous improvement. Any other example? Yes.
We are currently still building swimming pool in our school.
Yes.
So we started on December, we plan to finish next month.
Okay, that's unique because you don't build two swimming pools, right?
Yeah.
Only one. Okay, that's a unique product. You have a start and an end. And when does it start?
December,
December. And when does it ends?
May.
May. Is it a project? And when it's finished, what do you do?
We start.
You put the kids into the pool. You don't put them into the pool now. There's no water. Okay, yes, that's a project. Very easy. Yes, any other project?
Suppose this, if we doing upgradation technology or introduce technology
Yes.
to the like project, it will be project. So it comes in a project.
Is this unique?
Portal is unique
Okay.
because there's no technology
Yes.
till now. So
Yes.
the starting also and also it means we have a time delay.
Okay. So, do we accept that it's a project?
Yes.
Why? Because it's unique. It's a service or result that is unique. Okay, you will see that there is one deliverable, which is deliverable. We certify this term later on. What you want is IT, well, technology product to do your booking or your management. And it starts when?
Suppose this starts in next month.
You're in trouble because supposed to start next month means we're going to talk about that because you need to have a preparation phase, right? But yes, it's a beginning. That should be a beginning, and if you do the good preparation, you may have a chance to end it.
So I just want like project is up to the planning or up to the installation.
It depends on your definition of what the outcome is.
Suppose after installation is the normal operation.
If it's normal operation, end of the project, I am the installer. I say, okay, this is the key. You can run your system. I go home. Now, if you say that, you stay a little bit more. Project is not finished.
It depends on the computer.
Yes, that's where we have to be very, very clear on the definition of what you want to do. Because you may have a customer, a client, who is difficult. And he's difficult because he's not sure about his capability to use the product that you deliver to him. But he's also not willing to pay you because at the end, if I give you the key, you pay me for the job is done. Okay? So I may have two reasons not to close the project. And you don't want to be on the project for years. You want to end the project, especially if it's multi-million projects. So that's where it's very important, this term here. This is your survival. If you have no end to project, don't expect that the client's going to give you more money. Okay? I buy a bridge. I want the bridge to be done with 20 million baht. Maybe it's cheap for a bridge. 200 million baht.
So this and like
End of
suppose
the-
if we go with the service section
Mhm.
hospital and this comes sometime and comes with not only installation, it comes with the training that the workers or employees start used to that products. But if you go in the construction, okay, it's a different that like bridges, okay, it's done, so it's usable. So the end part is depend on the different section of the business.
Yes, because the training can be part of the project. But the important thing is to define what is the end of the project. Again, when we look at that, we know that we finish one phase. We finish one phase, okay? But the phase, for example, end of the construction or end of the installation, but you still cannot use the product. I need to train your people. So I go back to the other thing. another phase of the project. For example, start the training of the people. You may have 5, 6, 10, 20 phases. If you build an airport, if you build an aircraft, if you build a car, if you build a hotel, you have so many phases. You won't start installing the bed sheets if the concrete is not finished in your hotel. Okay? So that's this logic. The thing is, remember that your problem is you want to end the project properly, because this is where you make a success or a disaster. Okay? For students here, what is the end? The end is not the end of today. Today is just a phase. Today we are in tools and techniques. Tools and technique is I'm giving my view of and my experience of 25 years of project management. More than that, 35 years. But that's just a tool and technique. The objective is you get your MBA. Right? So the end of this project of yours is not the end of today, when I go home and I have a glass of wine at home. The end of the thing is your MBA. If you have no MBA, you keep going and you will pay an additional fee to BSM, and they will be happy with that. Yeah? Yeah, Ty is very happy. She's smiling already. Yes, more fees. Great. So you are not supposed to fail. Are we okay on that? Any other example? I want everyone to be on the same page. In HR, what could be a project?
Maybe the project is implementing a new recruitment system.
Yes.
If the technology is not there. And then the end or the process bit is using that system to recruit people.
Okay. Is it unique?
Yes, because there's no technology there.
Okay. The problem with technology is that you're never happy with the technology they deliver. Right? So how, if I'm selling the technology to Colgate, what should I do to protect myself and my business? I'm delivering the new technology for HR recruitment to Colgate because I'm a superhero in designing this kind of technology. So what should I do? Or what should you do? Because you also want to be able to use the product. We want to agree to two of us on what is making the point saying this project is done, it works. So we will have to discuss on the end, the terms of the end of the project. The end of the project is if I push the button, it works. But what does it mean it works? That's all these definitions that we've got to put together. And this is going to be, we're going to talk about this commissioning and end of the project next Saturday. At the moment, we have to keep that in mind because we are on the project because we want to end the project. If we start a project, we want to end the project. Okay? Before the project, we won't start it, but once we're on board, we want to end it. Thank you. Are we clear on that? Let's move on. That's where we were. Now, I'm very, very insisting on that. And it's, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. It's true for a lot of things, but it's very true for a project. So when you start a project, it's quite important to, before you move on, before you decide to go, before your boss tells you go, or before you say to the project manager, go ahead, we must be able to make this project description in 1 or 2 sentences. And I believe that's going to be a challenge for all of us, like it's been a challenge for me each time I faced a project. And this is what we call going from brief to charter. If you can't state the aim of your project in a single sentence, then it's not a project. For example, here, I believe that even some of you don't know how to describe their job. Especially if you are consultants. Consultants, they don't know how to describe their job. They say, I'm a consultant. It doesn't mean anything. consulting work. So people are very, very embarrassed when you tell them, can you tell me in one sentence what your business is about? Well, I'm doing this and this and this and this. Okay, you don't do any business. In marketing, we call that pitch. If you come tell me what you do in one sentence and what are your competitive advantages in another sentence, I won't deal with you. Okay, that's the principle of consulting. But for any business, it's the same. Now, for project, it's exactly the same. What is your project? Well, I'm going to build a bridge that's going to go across this thing. No. That's how you do it. That's not what is your project. Okay, so it's very, very tricky. And it's not coming from PMI. This is from another author. If you can't end project in a single sentence, then it's not a project. In the next 5-10 minutes, I will ask you, individually or by group, it depends on you, to decide to run a project or to start working on a project. And I brought some templates for you. Here they are. And it's quite important that we put this in operational action. So start thinking about what project you want to work on. If you know each other, you can work on the same project. If not, you can work on individual projects. It's more fun. It's more fun to build projects all together. We're gonna discuss that when we do the break. Start thinking about that. Now, IPO means input, process, output. That's the first element of the project. Before I start anything, I talk to my project manager and say, this is what I want to do. Can you describe the project so that I'm sure you understand what we are talking about? Because I'm going to spend money on project. Project normally costs money. Your example of technology thing, if you are not very clear on what you want, you may end up with, say, huge thing like SAP. Who knows SAP? You like it? I'm not surprised. Nobody likes SAP. Only SAP likes SAP. Because it makes money for them. That's a monster. You buy this, it works. Everyone's up. Different project being just like a Lego thing, you know, and you end up with buy the whole Lego thing. So that's typical of technology development. Be careful because when you buy a project like this, sometimes you don't know where they want to go. So first thing first, brief. I want that, and only that. And I want it to work when I push the button. You are the master of the game. Project is going to be done for that. Okay. Now, then we are going to move to project charter. Project charter is one, we have the brief. We have to give a little bit more elements to our project charter. So this thing here, I'm going to give you the link for that. It's quite interesting thing for the people who want to develop their knowledge and those who want to go for IPE, not IP, for PMP. That's very good link. At one stage, the project charter, you've got to write statement of work. This is what we almost did with the brief. Then you will have to explain the business case. How are we going to do it? Business case is how are we going to justify that we do this project because it's going to make money, it's going to bring value to the organization. In other words, can you convince me or my shareholders to go for this project? Yeah, it's a good project, it's going to be fun. No, I'm not going to put money in fun. We are here for business. So that's a business case.
Is the business case a part of the project management job?
Yes.
Or on the stakeholders?
You have to convince the stakeholders. Stakeholders are people, we shall talk a lot about stakeholders today. Stakeholders is very, very vague definition. Stakeholders, everybody who is not me.
Who hires you, for example, as a project manager? They already have a business case, so you just have to implement it.
Yes, or if the business case is already there, it means I'm just employed as a project manager.
Right.
What I'm talking about is if I build a project charter, it means before we start a project, before I employ someone to run the project, I must make sure this is a project. So if I don't put the business case together, project manager or owner or stakeholder or whatever. It's a prerequisite before you start any project. Are we clear?
Yeah.
Okay, great question. Then we've got an agreement, a contract between me, the project manager, and my boss or my client. We must have a deal. Do we agree on that? Yes or no? It's like a mini project in a project. My project is to run the project. I want to have all the conditions settled and very clear for everyone. If we are in the blue or in the fog, it's going to be a disaster again. Then we've got to look at the enterprise environment factor. That's interesting because we may touch sensitive questions. We may touch the canteen. Canteen is a very sensitive question, you know. If I say to in a Thai company, no more food in the company, you think people will stay? They will not stay. They will go. So if we have to say for 6 months, no parking, you have to come by bus, you think people will be happy? This is what we call environment factors. Inside, HR people have to deal with that. But outside, if I'm building a new hotel nearby the Princess House, nearby, you know, the Princess Serena, she's got a beautiful piece of land, a beautiful house not far away, where they destroyed the old hotel that was nice to build this complex. I believe that they probably look very much at the environment factors, and rightly so. Then you've got all the organization process assets. Process asset is something we're going to be very clear about because we are going to use assets, we are going to use resources, we are going to use a lot of things that are in the organization, and we must use that on purpose and properly. To do this, we have to analyze that. We've got to use what they call tools and techniques. And to do that, we have to use what they call expert judgment, someone who knows what he's talking about, and facilitation techniques, which is talking with one another, negotiating. And the output is we have a project charter. This is part of you see there is an arrow here, and this is part of a big document, and I just abstracted this one. Because each time you've got a concept, project management people say input, I get that, process, output. In other words, once I've got my statement of work, my business case, my project selection method, oh yes, do I select this project or that project? Do I do it in the first place or not? Then an agreement, then all this, then I can use my brain and my tools and techniques to produce a document which is called project charter. Each time we talk about project management, we are ITTO. Okay, that's mechanic. That's why I say project manager are the mechanics of change management. Okay? The brief. The brief. I love the brief. The brief is a document which is on the first page of your template here. Okay, here it is. When we initiate a project, it's very important to collect all documents and all elements that are going to get into the project. Which means that before we start the project, we need to understand everything we described here, everything that can interfere in the change management process. It means that we need not to say, I'm going to do this because we need that. I'm going to build a bridge because it's going to be easier for me to go to the present tower. It's quite important that we can have the elements to convince the stakeholders. Stakeholders can be the shareholders, can be the government, can be the people involved in the impact, to proceed with the project. So it's an explanation, a simple explanation that say, oh yes, I like it. Let's move on. Okay, so first thing first, we have this little document here. And on each end, I hope you selected a project. Who has not a project? Everybody has a project? Super. So we look at the thing, and here we go. That's not very clear. That's why we have the paper. And first thing is brief overview and background information about the project. That's how to build a project at the brief. So in order to avoid big sentences that are 10 kilometers long, like the French and the Thais are very good, because French and Thai for this, they are fantastic. Big sentences. No comma, no dot point, no nothing. So let's be systematic and do that by the way. I say that because I'm French, so that's where a bit. So brief overview and background of the project. Second is provide an explanation to the high level of the company to make all aware of what the project is going to accomplish. Looks easy. It's not easy. Third, information about the origin on who initiated the project. Well, actually, that my girlfriend, she worked with SAP, and she said to me it was a good idea. Is this a really good idea? Fourth, explain the benefit for the organization, the value for the organization about this project, about the outcome of the project, and provide the necessary board of directors that are allowing to understand the project input and output. In other words, if you have all these four things, you can build a nice sentence here. Can we work on that? Okay, let's get, it's 11 o'clock, it's coffee time?
Yes.
Coffee time, and we get back on board in 10 minutes to work and work on that. Okay? Coffee time.
Oh, you are here or you go and down?
Most of the time. When I did managerial the big bet.
Actually, I may have
That's why.
So I have something better than this is very big project. But if you want to implement this, I'm doing this with an English company at the moment. It's called EPS. This is the for medium-sized, small and medium-sized companies. I'll show you one first.
I want to be a whole but I'm living because I have how to contact
you should be able to. The question is a little bit so.
I was need your advice.
I want
I'm looking to try I don't know, so
what's the word correctly to summarize a very short space. Word-ish.
Okay, that's something which is dealing with the six parts, vision, the big information, what are your problems, and what is your process. So that's this. We need to
and
build,
it's
we need to build,
2 seconds, I'll send it to you. It's a good deal.
we need to build that.
I've used that in every, sugar, that's what I need.
I have, I think I will be needing to call you if, maybe I'm working on what I have to show you if you can help me on that. So we know which is it, forward to the different.
Tomorrow night at
To build
10:59.
business plan,
I don't need it until
we
then.
can do it a simple way. I'm doing this with the clients. So you have to define certain number of distribution points in the big things. What are the value of the school? What do you want to achieve?
But tomorrow,
What is down this market, is this population, that level of thing. And then what is I'm targeting to,
So you
in the
distributed
3
yesterday
years,
as well?
okay? Then in marketing term, what is so good with us, because of the I do that. Once you've done this, then we develop part volume and block, which is 90-day plan. And then we together a way of dealing with the issues. It takes. I'm doing this at the moment.
Yeah, because actually I want to say, last time I went to, I wanted to do one technical course, which I wrote into what I want, I see the budget way. I contacted people who can make the construction, but I want to put a good business plan.
That's fine, I can show you.
So I don't know whether you can help me.
Yes, it can.
That's
Yeah,
all
but it could be done consuming.
For how long you think?
Depending on the project. I can visit you, spend 1 hour with you, discuss it.
I have got a question. But I know, because I have so much more all the time, if I know how much you charge me, then I can.
Well, if it's a short project, I'm gonna charge you what I normally charge. If it's a long-term project, we have to discuss because.
Yes, I just want a business plan says.
Yeah.
If I start the project.
Business plan, we may make a business plan in 10 minutes or in 10 days.
Only maybe 1 day or maybe up to.
Okay, if it's a one-day thing, I'm not promising you that I can give you a business plan in 1 day. I can give you the principles.
No, I just full business plan.
A full business plan is more than 1 day. 1 day is just to explain how it works. Because I need to collect the figures, I need to collect the information.
Because with the initial business plan, the guy need the business plan. If they get a place, it will give me the project.
Okay, what is your consulting budget?
No, I don't know. I have to.
That's every, so
Okay, normally I charge
ratio,
$1,200.
I'm given an example of.
But if it's say for
And then I have one year figure, the other.
it depends on, I need to visit you and see what.
Okay, I will say what I did.
Yes. I can go and visit you and we can talk, and you show me what we have, and then I can tell you, okay, this is the workload.
I know that
But I also.
I did it already, but I just want to see.
For the English guys, they are construction company, architects.
Because I think I want, the guys, if I give you this one, because this meeting, I want to run myself.
Yes.
But you have to.
But also,
Then I will tell you.
yeah, and then.
When I get it, I will even the speech will be better than when you get plan, so,
When are you
Usually see just.
when are you, I mean, this
Not
week
all
is
these,
gonna be hard.
there's other numbers that I have.
because I want to meet you, then I know, you know.
Okay, I cannot decide that here, but if I meet with you,
Yeah, I
I'll
have
what you
I'll
have.
show you this detail, because I did all the writing and everything, so you can see now.
Yeah, so you have to,
What about,
show how we got those figures.
Look, I was like,
Say,
25?
Maybe this is Saturday or?
you've got your cash
Okay, I'll see.
current ratio.
I'll check it.
Tuesday, I'm working here.
Okay,
Maybe I'm in the school.
Sorry,
morning.
starting with the current ratio, which is the example of how you do it. Current assets divided
You have my
by
card,
current.
right?
Yeah, and then.
Oh, fantastic, look at this.
Everybody's got a target principle.
I explained what that ratio means. If you use
Well, I'll try to use my wife from the center. It's okay, if it's a morning thing, no problem.
what you're going to do.
You like 23rd?
I will put you in there first.
Why maybe.
23rd?
Yeah, we put that one.
All these ratios, you should not compare it directly with another company. So, something you can learn as well.
Because I was saying,
What time would be best?
maybe.
You're a happy guy, yes, laugh like I know.
Sounds good. So, say you're going to do current ratio. We use current ratio. You get them up.
Maybe.
You can then reference that website. You do an extra. It'd be nice paragraph, just it'll explain what it's used for, where it's used, and why you shouldn't use it to just compare. So give the ratio to more an internal reference. But this is just how I'm done. So you don't know. Very well.
That's why.
Okay, so
Yeah, we are. This goes to site report as well. I don't know whether they give me or not. But I really want to make
Yeah, you must say this twice. Word document.
For me, I don't work with, for me, I don't work with big companies, I don't like big companies. I work with people who can write.
Yes.
And just download that file from the right.
You know, it's like this doctor,
You don't need to write anything.
No.
Yeah.
I send that to you and you reply to it.
No, it saves, then you enforce whatever.
right.
Then, you'll come up.
They'll say, like, after submitting,
So
they'll
do I
say
need an
submission, something or something like that.
Yeah, I think, like, it comes as something submitted, but then I think everyone just writes on the main board, I now said it fine. You just reply. Not technically, but you write on the board, back in the, where the comments are. You'll see everyone. Can you please, things like that. Just try and
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So you know the color code is on the bottom of teaming. Yeah. So every assignment has one. So let's go to teaming. I'll show you. No difference. It's the same one. So we'll log into teaming if the Wi-Fi works. Let's go to view listeners. And normally it is in the introduction. And I've got right down the bottom.
Yeah.
So let's go.
I lived in Dubai.
Basically, it's not by the password now.
you cannot do any insert.
It's like really good.
No,
If you use
but
it,
I
because I can't
normally
do
go
any inside book.
around
So
the
you
border.
then you download it onto yours and then insert it. That's how it goes.
Can insert page, is it can insert page? I try cannot insert page, that's why I send you request from you, but you still did not send you.
So
Yeah, so I'm doing it,
you like
attached 2 times, one is a power page, one is an assignment.
Sorry, I thought
It's, because it's a password is locked. I try to crack the password, but the password is too long. I can't do that.
let's
The
have,
project is to crack password. That's the way.
yeah. That's how we get the cover page. So you download this file.
So you left, you are already done, okay?
Yeah,
So how to put
I
you
left to go
Well,
study.
this will open it once it's downloaded. And it should go into Word, and then just fill it out.
Yeah.
You cannot insert,
family?
you only can type your details.
No, they live here.
No way, no way,
And just compare.
no way,
I
cannot
would say they
copy,
live here.
cannot do
I'm
anything,
sorry.
cannot print as well.
Yeah, my dad got a job.
Yes, the other one.
Yeah. Yeah,
So it says here.
yeah. But I haven't copied it yet. Hey, you go ahead. Yeah.
What is this? But the down cannot. This, I don't. Is it can?
Oh, yeah.
Standing up is,
I don't have project. I am not there.
we work together?
Yes.
But why my one cannot do anything?
I'm very good on the computer. I've cracked the code.
I was in the military.
Cannot do anything, just.
Military have a
You
lot
can
of,
select
a lot of
only
projects.
one course you need,
Military
MBA.
vehicle.
Let me try and copy this. And I can-
No, but
I'm-
project can be, for example, you want to build a house, this is the project. You don't build a house every day.
I'm so sorry.
You want to buy a car, you want to organize your next holidays to, I don't know where, that's a project as well.
You do project every day.
I download, after download.
Yeah, but you do project without knowing, it's like you walk without knowing you're walking.
So this is the downloaded copy.
Really?
Yeah.
But on big projects, especially your project on HR thing, it can be very, very dangerous. You can end up with disaster. All the guys that have been with SAP, they came back and
But
said,
you see,
not taking SAP.
the index number gets emailed to you.
They make money in SAP, tell me.
Well,
That's Sharon's headache.
Index number and password.
I mean, when
I
you
Dealing
look
with
at,
people.
But
But
you
see,
see,
you have to copy the CV.
Yes.
I'm doing that, but it's fun, I want download that.
but I think
Okay, it's
that when
still
we think
law.
of HR, a lot of people think, oh, we need SAP and the system.
You got more, it depends what you want to have. If you've got an American system, which is lighter than SAP, which is, that's, I forgot the name. So can you find it? It take me 10 minutes to that's an ERP and it has a very strong HR thing. And Colgate is American, right?
Yeah.
So it would be better for you
Also
than
cannot.
SAP. But you have to be very careful because I believe that Colgate is using something already. So you need to have something that's
So SAP is a software. SAP is software.
yes, software for, that's an ERP system that can go very deep into everything, except that you only need another module, another module, another module.
I'm downloading.
It's like if you buy a car, but, oh, sorry, but you bought the car, but not the engine.
So now it's only print screen.
Now you got the car at the engine, you need the wheels. That's different. So that's SAP technique. Increasing the thing.
Never.
But
It's American.
SAP is German.
A lot of body odor because of the coffee.
What?
Okay, a lot of body odor go all the way down. So Jade's London class yesterday.
Of course.
Yeah, did I say that?
It's still a good project. I know exactly your project because I've been working with OSIM on a project like that. OSIM, they're doing cement in Vietnam and in Indonesia. Swiss company, they are in the middle of SAP. Some of I was training them. The SAP implementer told me all the decision was taken by OSIM in Switzerland.
Yeah. Pretty much the same.
2 free. It's a Saturday.
But I mean.
Meaning that we are using the whole.
Yes, first or second year,
Yeah.
you don't need to go upgrade.
Kind of have to
the
live through the
So
problem.
if you want to stay
The thing is,
New code.
to buy, especially when you go on TikTok,
once you come during the week and then
you don't buy the beautiful thing. You think you want to buy the thing that
anyway, this is
for me, I like this computer because it works.
copy of
If it doesn't work, I'm not going to buy the same one. I'm going to say no more. And I don't need a super duper computer. I need the computer that takes 10 minutes to run, no problem.
Okay,
So you can buy a new one. Yes. And I have to learn that again. No, thank you. So that's it.
Okay, that's a good time investment. Maybe I can, why is the cover page?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, the second one, I think, yeah, could be May the 7th. Because
You're based in Bangkok?
people say, oh, it's a long
Yes,
weekend.
yeah.
So it's
company,
probably going to
The hub really for manufacturing.
Yeah, but let me confirm that with Roy. Roy was president.
You do what? You do mostly the space and all that.
We do actually everything. So toothpaste, we've got Palmolive, so we do the soap, the shampoos. We have the brand Protex Care. So yeah, we and actually we do all the manufacturing for Pacific, so Australia, New Zealand, Asia, there's a couple of
Using the Microsoft 2016.
So we pretty much do a lot of things.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Yeah, it's a big facility in
I talked to Johnson & Johnson, actually a bit of your competition.
yeah.
A good friend of mine is working there. We may do some things together. But they are in nearby the airport.
It's right, a colleague of mine used to work there. It's pretty like a small community for FMCG. So you either from Unilever, J&J, or something like that, you move.
Yeah, especially in the HR people, you can see the people moving from one to the other. Secrets are going on by one. Now that's interesting thing. To me, I'm very reluctant working with big companies like this because it's too complex for me. I have a group of consultants working with me, but they are so. I mean, they say it's an honor to work for us. I say, okay, I don't need you guys. I like to work with small companies like Johnson & Johnson to work on their reorganization. The guy is nice, but I know I will have to talk to the boss of the US. And,
It's a lot of processes, especially with I feel with like big American, they're a bit more conservative, I feel.
yeah.
So then the line of cheated time is like.
I've been working with quite a lot of companies. I used to work with the many years ago with the National Steel in the US. And that was we were not born. It was in the late mid-80s. And I was project manager for a junkie factory for extrusion presses, production of aluminum profiles. So we had two lines put together. A line of aluminum processes. It's about 100 meters long. Big machinery pushing a big log, and we've got spaghetti, aluminum spaghetti, 1,000 degrees coming out. And they must not go in the air because if you get hurt by aluminum, hot aluminum, You get the mark for the rest of your life, like a tattoo. Then you see them like this in Alabama. You have to go to Pittsburgh every week to report to these guys. Actually, that was a good job, but at that time I was working for a big company. But as a small company, you would not do too much pressure, too much power. And if I say, I don't know, I say, okay, go to them. If they got the power to sack me or not to pay me, should I sue them? No way. Yeah, I almost had the lawsuit with the RNC. They owe me $500,000. I will never sue them.
And how did you get into this area?
I came here for the French civil aviation in 1991. And I was running an agency here, not the government agency, but contribute subsidiary for space, Eurocarter, Airbus, and I was developed the business here. And after 4 years, my boss said, okay, you have a contract to come home, and my wife said, so we stayed no more France, France for holidays. And my daughter was born in Toulouse. She's now living in Australia. My mother, my son is studying marine biology in Bergen in Norway. So we are in the middle.
Oh, wow,
They grew up here. My son was born here. Went to school here. Good school. Maybe you didn't study here, right?
No, I didn't. But my dad's
Just doing training.
Okay, where is he teaching?
at the German Swiss school.
Oh, yeah, Robert.
Yeah.
That's a big school.
Yeah.
We got it.
There we go. Everybody's back?
Really?
Oh, I haven't.
Look at the menu of the break. You guys ate all the this one.
My company. I did this. Oh, what? I was saying, come you see the NBA? Maybe you can sign up.
Hey, David, you troublemaker.
My company. Okay, so it's quite rich.
David, you troublemaker. Okay, are we clear on the objective of this exercise? It's very critical because once you've done this, there will be a second document to work on. But if you don't do this one right, your project is going to hurt. So we need to be sure that we got all these concepts right and in very short sentences, even bullet points. We don't need to do any literature here. We need to go direct to the point. I'll let you handle that. So everyone is alone, or the two of you are together, right? Yeah, share ideas is good. Yeah. Maybe you find a job with Colgate and need an ex-military. No, you can work together or alone. It's up to you because we are.
I don't have, but I was thinking.
But I would like to try and create a new recycle.
I need my guesses.
Okay.
Okay, so we will be three. I said, we are lazy. So what we do is we open a good talk. Okay, but what we
With this, with this piece of land.
okay, lady first. What kind of project you want to do?
That is make with this. And the other is not only going to have a swimming
Open a salon.
Being a swimming pool is good for the medical school because we don't want the kids to go to the next school.
Okay, I agree.
So why you it's not
Let's open a speaker show.
swimming pool is that's it.
So,
That your students are looking for more people of their school. So you can want business,
Handwriting, one by something. It's really like. So I sit down. Your handwriting is better.
well, not paper, but like it was all email, so it would pile up in your email, and then we
Then that would be
would not
confusing.
find it.
What I put in, I put in.
Speaker shop. What kind of brand?
Very simple, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
The school management is adequate.
speaker shop. We're going to open
That's right, yeah. That's a brick. Brick is brick. Got a very good brick here.
Doctor, we are lazy group, so we will be 3% group.
Sometimes it's not lazy group, it's interesting group, interactive group.
3%.
Okay, great. So what is your project?
So we plan to open speaker showroom.
Speaker showroom. Okay, so to replace the one,
The biggest in
bigger showroom.
Asia. Okay, the biggest showroom in Asia.
Yeah.
For what product? Just
Good idea.
first. Why? This is your product. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Remember, this is a brief. So you first read, once you finish filling up this, you just end up with one sentence or two sentences. We want to do this because blah, blah, blah. First,
And also to
you
build
don't need a show to make
have
that. You go to casino, you can
the
make that.
next time you want
So that's,
to already
you have to answer all these
Have a
questions.
page one.
And don't forget input output.
You have speaker showroom.
Okay, sir? Doing this? Understand your own?
I think so, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, right.
What about you? Doing well?
So,
Okay, that's a good project, yeah. I'll let you.
very good one. But I do.
Japanese? No?
Some basic.
Okay,
I was going to say,
what is your project? Yeah?
That's what I do. Yeah. That I really good. It's that one specific.
Yeah, sure. Sure, it's very interesting. You should talk to Jane, because she's also actually.
But
I
it's hard.
I used to work for that. I hope so.
Maybe it would be,
Yeah, Bonjour.
the director who talks for other
So what's your project?
It's too much.
and now it's not there, so.
Okay, that's my project. Probably not easy. So you need one thing for the copy, one thing for the iPhone, and one thing for the makeup, it's a girl having the camera.
And you need a delivery for the other side. Actually, you need to copy this. Products are wonderful. Showing this full initiative that is who is going to implement.
No, initiative, who had the idea of the project?
Idea of the project.
Yeah, who said, let's do
Why
that.
do they feel like they need it?
Maybe your wife said, oh, let's buy a new car for holiday.
Or is it maybe the feedback?
Why we need to open the showroom? Background. So first, why we need to open the showroom for basement?
I don't think this would affect the importance, but yeah, maybe.
Got my invitation?
Yeah, I think it.
The background, why we need donation? Money is output, doctors say money is output.
Benefits?
Background information,
So,
showroom, okay, our project is showroom.
more accurate.
So this is the name of the. Is it the name of the product?
The basement.
Yeah, okay.
In the strategy, the promotion is big, big.
No, it can be for anything. Good question, strategy.
Marketing. Showroom is
Volume,
marketing.
marketing,
Marketing. Marketing.
You don't want to be better, you don't want to be, you
Showroom,
want to be,
marketing.
you don't want to be somebody. So that's, we
Our
don't,
background is
okay,
marketing.
you do whatever you want.
Marketing.
People will come to me because they like elephants. like Apple decided to build the iPhone, because they realized that there was nothing that could be game changer, 100% level. So they created, of course, that's getting real marketing up. So at the beginning, there was no competition.
Demonstration of function.
Many people started communicating.
That's what the upgrade.
Okay. More people join it. It's no fun. I do that job.
Initiated by the
One more delegation.
account database, and it is necessary.
So that's very interesting. Then you need to have very, very strong
So now we need to create that. 3, 4, 3 background that is. So why we need to open?
Now,
Oh. It was the other improvement. The difficulties.
Then we can think about me, but now we think about something about the
Yeah, you put in the initiative, the problem, and the outcome, the results. What problem you face, why you doing this? So that is the outcome is what you You need to protect to someone else.
Environmentals and constant students are happy to be
They have to understand what you're doing. You're doing the project. And why you do
that
that?
time, because we see the plan initiation, before we set up all the other thing about it.
That's why you need to do project management.
Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
The project life cycle,
We're coming to project life cycle. Life cycle of a project is a big thing.
So, we need to explain, like, more. So we have to pursue the board of director why we want to, for example, trying to make ERP infrastructure automated financial reporting systems. So information, I just provide the information, integration of financial data. Number one. Number two is mention information, reporting. Number three, integration of department-wise sales, revenue. Then integration of data, our payroll.
Maybe I'm also.
Then this all is from Wipro, from India. This software is from India, so we have to clear from our company. We have to use from initial so explanation why we want this reduce the operation time cycle and quick decision making tools for management, planning tools. So if we install this project, it will the project there is also saving because one is installation. We don't have to do many
most of the financial project is like very good.
To start off with, and then.
That's where you don't go to too many details. But if you explain that to your boss, it's 5 minutes, you understand. You say, yes, I'm interested, go deeper. Or I'm not interested, stop it.
So because there is a cost saving, because 100 million is the cost, initial installation, but you can save 12 million a year.
Yeah, that's not bad. Not for you.
You remember all the figures.
At the end of the day, that's what the boss says.
Figures.
Okay.
Money.
Okay, are we ready? Everybody? Not yet?
This is cancer.
Okay, more minutes. We need to be all on the same page because I don't want anyone to be left behind. So the showroom people are still,
That'll be 4 people.
yeah, 4 now. All right, good. Call themselves a lazy group, but it's not lazy. This is not the word. Okay. So we have. It doesn't matter. I mean, better be in the
You know, many people come expecting they know Hindi. They speak. So they say, you know Hindi?
I can understand.
So you go like
No,
so you know language, Dubai language. Dubai language, you know? You know? So you study the book?
yeah, I did.
Actually, from which part of India?
No, Delhi is Delhi. No, business always.
Okay, my business buy you out.
Always started from.
You'll want to buy shares in this one.
They have many projects like this. And how it.
All right. Everybody there? Almost?
Yeah, the last one, the board of directors.
That's the most difficult. Board directors think that way. You've got, if you talk to the board of directors saying it's gonna be fun, it's not going to be.
Like, she or like we, like, stay outside.
Okay, let me give you a bit of clue before we compare our results. The important thing is to talk to your boss and say, boss, I understand what you want, and this is where the project is coming from, and this is what it implies, and this is what's going to get in, and this is what we're going to get out. Okay? So that's the boss will say okay only if he's sure that he's going to make money. If you say it's going to make people happy, I like it, but it's not enough. What is in it for the business? What value am I going to create if I tell you to go ahead with the project? This is the very first meeting with the boss, 5-10 minutes. You give a clue on what's going to go on. It doesn't cost any money, just 1 hour of your time to put this together. And then if the boss is convinced, he will say, let's proceed ahead. Let's move on and give me more details, because we have not decided yet to grow the project. We are at the beginning of the life cycle of the project. Do we decide to give birth to this project, or do we just let it go? That's where we are. Okay? Your wife comes to you and says, shall we have holidays? Holidays for what? Because I'm tired, I need holidays, and I'd like to go and learn how to ski. Why? Because I want to see the snow, I will be more happy, and I will make better fried eggs next time. That's the output. Yes? Let's think about that. Then we go on the charter. We have one sentence, and the boss, me, says to the wife, yes, let's try to think about it. I didn't say yes, let's go. Say, yes, let's talk about the project. Let's put the elements together so that we can really build the project. Okay, what do we have here? Who wants to talk about this project? Mister, I want you to talk about your project. Yeah, you can go to the whiteboard and put the things and see how Osaka 69 is great.
Okay, mine is to set up a business training center in Yangon, Myanmar. It's to provide short-term, long-term training sectors for like corporate sectors and also government sectors. That's the project that I want to do. What to accomplish is to provide a skill training service in Yangon market. Because Myanmar is becoming a potential market in Southeast Asia, because it's opening up and a lot of opportunities for the equipment and for the training. So for the I'm not sure what about the origin and who is the initiator.
If you don't want to talk about it because it's secret, is it?
Okay. But for the benefits, this project is I can say it's a successful one, because it's kind of like a niche market, and in the market also we don't really have a lot of like business training quality ones. So now that a lot of like foreign investment are pouring in, it's a beneficial one and profitable one. So for the inputs and outputs of the project, input will have to do the investment in the place, and also people to hire up, set up the good training programs, marketing plans, and the output will be we provide the good service, and also quality skill implement trainings, and also like certified trainings.
Okay, well done. So, who wants to say okay to this project? Not okay to let's do it. Okay, go ahead. Can we say, yeah, you did a good smart presentation. It's interesting. Let's move on. Or it's too vague. Work again.
Move on.
Why?
Because like, I think, like from my point of view, Yangon is still a developing country. So if you set up a training institute over there, a lot of people will come to take training.
Okay. Okay, is this the only point that she made on your decision to proceed with an advanced step in the project cycle? Any other idea? Who says no, it's not enough? The good thing is on her description is it looks attractive and people say, it looks like a good idea. At this stage, her idea doesn't cost any money. Now, if I'm the boss, or if I have enough money to develop things in Yangon because I see the perspective, I can say, okay, can you go a little bit deeper? Can you draft the charter of this project? It's going to take more time, but with the charter, then I will know the real impact. It will need a survey, it will need some financial elements, but at this stage, we don't need that. Well done. Someone else. The showroom?
Okay, so.
Here we go for the showroom.
Our project is like open the speaker showroom, and then the product is called Sonos. So because there's not in the market for a speaker, like if we use the one speaker and then when we use the iPhone, we can pay only the one iPhone for one speaker. But for the Sonos, they have the net inside. They call the Sonos Net 2.0, and then that means you can use you can pay one song, but in every room, you know. And then like if they have the house, and then we put the speaker, 5 speaker in this room, kitchen room and living room, and then when you use the iPhone, you can play the different song in different room, or you can play the one song together. And then the Sonos speaker, the difference is another speaker you can far from the speaker maybe 5 meters, right? But for the Sonos, you can far away from the speaker, maybe 25 meters, and then for the height around 12, you still can control the speaker, and then you don't worry about network will lost. And then for the Sonos, you can stream the music on Earth. For example, if you use the Sonos, right, when you download the application, and then you can select location. But right now you stay in the Bangkok, Thailand, right? And then you can select from the location, okay, you want to listen to music at the Paris, and then you can select location Paris. And then when you select the Paris, you can select about what's the area in the Paris you want to listen, you know, but you can select and select.
Okay, what you describe here is a product, not a project.
But for the project, it's open the showroom because we want to increase about the new customer in Thailand, because in the Bangkok, we have so many luxury condo and luxury house. And then when the rich people listen to the music, they really love it, you know. And then most of people want to go to the showroom because they want to listen and look and feel about what the sound is.
Okay, you have good elements and not so good elements. You want to add other things?
Yes, of course. Like our main aim is to increase or to expand the business. That's the main thing.
Okay.
Explain about the product.
Yeah.
But the thing is to promote that product and to like expand our business so that we get good revenue, income every year.
Okay, what you did is good. What you did is good, but as a brief, it was too, I would say, not concise enough. If you talk to an investor, you say, okay, I know your product. Next. If you talk to a banker, you say, I don't see the point. Next. So you don't want to be hearing next. You want to say, oh yes, can I have more details? So you've got, it's like a pitch. When you want to sell, you have to pitch, right? You've got to make sure that the guy you talk to wants to buy from you after 2 minutes of discussion with you. Or are you interested in watching your document or your system or your showroom? So that's what the brief is for. Now, what you have is good. See, we have a market, we have a nice product, but we have to make ourselves known, and we need to have a big showroom for that. And after this, input, output, but that should be the brief. Got it? Description is fine, but it looks like you are trying to sell us the equipment. Not yet, because you don't have a showroom yet. So build a showroom first. Got it? Anyone else? Dave?
Okay. Introducing the IT technology to the software.
Yes.
For the explanation, okay, they accomplish the hotel will have the accounting accuracy, get the more database, operational time saving, and the database which helps for the more marketing for the customers. Initiated by the owners, this will present to the board of some other directors. What it will get the same is the accuracy, the working operational accuracy will be more easy and time saving, which helps in the more operational because of the lack of the labor in today's time. Manpower lacking, because of that the software is necessary. Second thing is the benefits is for the money saving. Instead of hiring 10 people for the same work, but with the help of the software, hire only 2 or 3 people. To the board of the directors, so it is like the hotel will introduce the IT sector to improve the database, account accuracy, and to overcome the problem of the labor department, the labor people which is facing now, and which helps in the getting better service to the customers and time saving in this operation.
Is he convincing? Shall we let him go and go deeper in the project? Nobody wants you to do the project. Yes. Why? No. Why?
Yes.
Yes. Cost saving. Yes, that's good. You could say it more simply. Say we are in a situation where we need something to have more efficiency in our system. We have this IT system proposal. We should look into that, because if we implement that, it's going to take not so long, and we're going to make a very important cost saving in terms of availability of people. Wow, you did it in 1 sentence. That's a brief. You see, that's very difficult to make our project in 1 sentence or in 2 sentences. If you can do it, good stuff. Keep going. At the moment, what we want to hear from the investor, from the banker, from the boss is interesting. Keep going. Not, that's too messy. Oh no, there is no room for that. Because if you talk to an investor, it's sometimes 1 chance, not 2 chances. If he's not convinced, he would never talk to you again. You say, oh, again, this guy is going to give me his business card again. Oh, it's not what you want. Okay? What about, we have a French car manufacturer here. Can you share your ideas?
Yes. My idea was to, as French car manufacturer, to launch a new type of car for the Indian market. The main explanation is that for historical market decreasing, as too much for that type of vehicle. But we don't have any adaptive car for this kind of market, because the consumption is totally different. So we have to develop a new model. The decision was from general management, CEO, with fact of sales and marketing data. The benefit is to increase sales of the company and to get new growth area, as small area are increasing. And then to input to get more growth from new markets.
That's the output. So is Mr. Ghost going to buy the idea? be possible. What's his name? Goss. So do we like his car?
We need to drive it first.
That's at the end of the project. Okay, one more. Kristen?
Sure. Okay, for the brief overview, I basically want to create a new earplug that's biodegradable and made from recycled material. That's the product I want to create.
Yeah.
To reduce injuries on work sites, to create quality of life for workers, and to save companies money through workers' injuries and time replacing workers. I want to make it the cheapest biodegradable earplug. It was initiated by my experience on industrial sites for the last 30 years and seeing a lot of injuries. That's what it's come from. And basically, I want to be able to produce the cheapest biodegradable earplugs, as well as decreasing the waste of money from companies and increasing their profits, and tapping into some of the 80 million workers that could possibly use these safety products.
Like it?
Yeah.
Hello everyone. So we don't go through all the projects because I think we have the idea of what a brief is. With this explanation, it took him one and a half minutes to tell us we got something. Do we do it? And to all of you, I said, come back and talk to me in 2 minutes instead of 5 minutes because I'm going to build a showroom, not going to build a product. So we've got to make sure we go on the right target. But apart from this, that was interesting as well. Let's move on. We have now this idea of what we're going to develop because the boss or the investor said that's a good idea. Now we've got to build the project charter. Page 7 is not for you. That refers to the book I'm building at the moment. So what we've got to do is to build the project charter, and we've got the second template, which is page 2 of your thing. Project charter. Can you read that or try to read that? Yes. What is interesting in the project charter is that we have topic and we've got input and we've got to make the output. What does it mean in terms of input? What does it mean in terms of output? And we've got here a certain number of questions. And the first question is statement of work of the brief. Oh, interesting, we just did it. So that's the introduction to our charter. What is a charter, by the way?
Charter is a law, is a framework of three things: security.
Yes, that's almost like a law or a contract. We chart the thing. You know what is a chart? If I want to go from Bangkok to I don't know where, I need to use a chart to know, especially if I go by sea, to avoid the rocks and to avoid the currents and to avoid pirates and to avoid all the bad things that to go.
Map.
Yeah, that's like a map. The chart is
rules. It's a set of rules which can be which are prescribed do's and don'ts.
yes. The word comes from the mariners, from the people that were crossing the oceans to go from the UK and get the spices or the silk or the things from Asia. So they had to go to uncharted areas. And you had someone in front of the boat saying, oh, no, yes. And they were charting the seas. And now we've got the chartered accountants. Chartered accountants are the people who look at your account through a certain number of charts, a certain number of rules. So that's what a charter is. Charter is a set of basic fundamentals that we are going to respect if we go for this project. That's the second part of this life cycle of the project. We are not yet in the thing that goes up. We are still at a very low level of cost. Remember that one? At this stage, we have spent almost only your time. I've not invested in anything. We are here. We have not decided to organize or to prepare. Time is going to cost money is here. When we say, let's do it, let's build this car, let's put this software thing, or let's build this showroom, or let's build the machine to manufacture these earplugs. Here it costs nothing. So at that stage, it costs nothing. If we pass the charter, it means we agree. We agree to move on, not to start the project. We agree to develop the plan. At the end of the plan, we shall know where we are. So we are the life cycle of a project is starting from here and dying when we finish achieving all the documents. When we say, okay, this program is finished, I put that in the drawer or I put that in the computer. Okay, through that we've got cycle. That's different from the life cycle of a product. Life cycle of a product is this product is dead or this product is so old that we won't sell it anymore. My iPhone is iPhone 4S. Still working for me. Do you think Apple is still doing that? Life cycle of this product is dead. They're still on the iPhone. Okay, so we are here now. What is important is we have the brief, and what we need to do is we've got to build the business case. The business case is provide the necessary management data, allowing the investor, the bosses, the main stakeholders, understand the project input and output. Input, what is this? That's what we put in. And output is what we put out. Put out can be money, can be reputation, can be recognition, can be quality, can be, I don't know, environmental. That's something that is positive. It cannot be negative. But the input is something we are going to put in. It's going to cost us something. It's going to cost us time. It's going to cost us a piece of land. It's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us reputation. It's going to cost us headaches, burnout, because we are going to convince the people and they don't want to do it. So that's going to be what is the input, what we need to put in there to make sure that we're going to succeed. You can't say, I'm going to fly to France, I have my flight ticket, and I will see what happens there. The flight ticket is nothing when you travel to Europe. It's probably 20% of your cost. To this, you've got to eat, drink, sleep, visit the Eiffel Tower. That costs money. Especially Eiffel Tower. You get there and you go there and it costs you 20 euros. Okay, so that's the second stage of this charter. What is the business case? Once you've got that, you are the project manager. You are going to be responsible. You are going to be the one who's going to lose his head if you screw up. If you screw up, you must know screw up on what. So it's very important that you have a commitment from the management to do the project. If your boss say, hey, do it, no problem. No. It's not a contract, it's a wishful thinking. I'm not going to commit to a project if I'm not sure that you give me what I need to have to run this project from the moment we start to the moment we finish. Because that's me, that's my life, that's my family, this project gonna use a long part of my life. Maybe I'm gonna have 12 hours of work for 6 months, and my wife will not be happy if there is not something for me. So I need to make sure that you, the management, or you, the shareholder, or you, the investor, you support that. And I want this in writing. I don't want a good handshake, say, yeah, do your best. Do your best doesn't exist. Everybody is doing his best. Okay? Then you've got another one, which is contract 2. Okay, management is giving me what I want, but management say to me, and you, what do you give me? But that's the other part of the contract. That's a commitment from the project manager to the investor, to the boss, to the stakeholders. Then we move again to the enterprise environmental factor. If I want this project to go, I cannot say this is Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty does not work in business. In France, we say bisounours. It's nice, you know, da, 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 we can sing. It's not going to happen like that. We are going to have problems. We are going to have headaches. We are going to have strikes. We are going to have floods. We are going to have taxes. We are going to have things we don't like. But if I say, no, don't worry, be happy. If you said that to me and I'm your boss, I would say, I'm not worrying, you're out of here. Immediately, because this is not a way to do business. If I run a project, it means that nobody ran it before me. It means it's difficult. If I want to change something in any of your things, if it was easy, it would be done already. In your software case, in your hotel case, in your earplug things, in your showroom, in your car, if it was so easy, it would be done already. So you're going to have problems. So what you've got to tell your boss, boss, don't worry, there won't be any problem. My contract is, I will tell you the problems now, and when there is a problem, you support me. Okay? That's a deal. So we need to show the boss or the investor that there will be issues, and we are very aware of that. So that's the environmental factor. Or it can be positive factors, by the way. And organizational process assets. So what is the plans that we are going to follow? And what are the guidelines I'm going to implement? And this will be especially in industrial areas, like for example, in Colgate or for you in your safety job. It's going to impact on the life of people. It may at a certain moment change the procedures, change the procedures for people getting in, change the procedure for wearing a helmet where they should not wear a helmet. Here we don't need a helmet today. But if they change the thing, maybe I need a helmet. So it's going to have an impact on people, on the procedures. And if it has an impact on the environment, it has an impact on the assets, on the process assets. So that's all the things we need to address here. What is the input? And if any, what is the output? We're not going to do that because we had problems already putting the brief together. This would take, if we do this with your project, it would take probably 2 or 3 days. And I believe you won't want to spend 3 days with me. Okay? Me too. Huh? I want to spend 3 days with me, but not with you. So that's the charter. The charter is quite important because, as we know, if the charter is well prepared, then we move into something which is quite heavy, and I want to move to that now. Ready? Come on. Now, all we have is ideas, 2 blocks of documents, tables, Excel thing. We need to document what's going to happen. Documenting is very important because that is going to help us define, monitor, control the project. So what do we need? When do we need to and demonstrate, of course, because when the final user is going to say, yes, I agree and I pay you for what you did, you have to show him that you're right. You cannot say, it works, huh? Not sure it works. So for documenting the project, we need to know at the beginning, at the very beginning of our project, before we do what we call the kick-off, we need to know what kind of document we will need for what people. For example, in your ePlug thing, you will need some documents that will certify to the people that they will not get crazy when they put that on in their ears. And you will have to demonstrate that in a very noisy environment and dusty environment, your system is going to protect them. And I have certificate from the safety, I don't know what institute. And in terms of quality, I have a document saying that this quality is okay and it's not going to hurt or whatever in my ears. So I need documents. Okay? In every system, everything we do, in every project we do, we have to report. Who has no report to give here? Who has no boss? Okay, 3 of us who have no boss. Do you have to report? You have to report to your wife?
That is a good point.
Maybe you
different type of report.
Yeah, you check. Okay, but if you have no boss, you have clients or customers, right? Maybe you need to report to them.
As little as possible.
That's the bad thing of having no boss. Report to people you cannot control. Okay, so every one of us has to report. The thing is, if we run a project, we need to know what reports we need to put together. Because if I sign a contract with my clients for running a project, I don't want him to say, I need more report, more report, more. They always want more reports, these clients. I want to make sure with my client that we'll have that report for these people, that report for the quality, that report for the safety. And we shake hands and we sign, yes, report A, B, C, D. Documentation has to be very clear cut. Because if it's not clear, this is where we're going to be trapped. Most projects are late because of documentation. You do the work perfect. The machine is working, the installation is fine, the software is working, but you don't have the document. You cannot prove. Or you may have other things, but document is very important. Are we convinced? So document and reports, you have, I built this little thing here. Again, you're going to have all this later today. And this is a document. I should have that bigger. No, that's because I want to give it to you later. And the document has to be, you've got a lot of documents at the planning, at the doing, at the checking, and the, you remember the PDCA cycle? At each and every stage of your process, you will have to report. Now, if you look at the PMI system, at the project management system, you know that we've got this kind of process: initiating, planning, executing, closing, and we will have tools and techniques, expert judgment, meeting, information, analytical, facilitation, group decision. This is how they do it, all these meetings. Then you've got input, and you will have key documents. And these key documents are quite interesting to study. You will have key documents at several levels. You see that it's more level than this. You will have project integration management. You will have project scope management, project time management, cost, quality, HR. Why HR? Why do we need HR in project management? We need people. And these people are not my people. They are your people. If I'm a project manager in a company, I may need the financial guy, I may need the maintenance guy, the safety guy. They are not my people. They are not under my direction. So I have HR issues. Communication, risk management. Oh, that's a big thing. That's for next week. Procurement. We don't procure by, oh, send me, no, you have to buy, and you need documents for that. And you've got the thing that we're going to study early this afternoon, which is the stakeholder management. Stakeholder management is the big headache of a project manager. Okay, I wanted you to see that because at each and every of this stage, you've got this stage here, you've got this kind of concept to do. If you want to become a super duper qualified, certified project manager, this is what you need to do. At each and every thing, you remember I showed you this one that was about the project charter. At each and every step of your project, you've got input to output. I'm not going to go deep on that because this is going to be very, very boring. Okay, here is my documenting. When we plan, I think the guys who were with me on the strategy, we saw that documents already. We need to set objectives. If you have no objective, don't plan. Correct? So, but objectives need to be documented, even if it's one line. But the objective is to be on time. Objective, all right, I will be on time. Then you've got to set the plans. What plan shall I take? So I should buy an alarm clock. I should make sure I have enough coffee to wake up in the morning. I set my plan. I buy a new car. I buy a new map of Bangkok. I buy a GPS, and I ask my driver to come. Whatever. I plan my action. I set KPIs. What is KPI? Okay. What is a KPI? An objective?
What is the measurement of objective?
Exactly. That's an indicator. Then we've got to explain the plan. Explaining the plan is maybe talking, but sometimes it's reporting, giving more details about the plans, something which is not in the contract one, not in the contract two, not in the plan, but some emails, explanation, etc. We've got to convey it, inform, report, and share. That's what we do at the planning stage. If this is done properly, you, the project manager, your team, the guys working with you, your client, the client is the guy who's going to be the final user of your project, everybody is on the same page. If you don't do this, if something is missing, you go for trouble. And we shall have the same when we do. We have to implement, we have to develop your earplug, we have to develop your software, we have to develop your everything. We have to document every moment we have something important happening. And we shall see that when we talk about the financial plan of the project next week, that if we run a project, we want to be paid, right? Especially as consultants, we like to be paid. And when we are late paid, we are not very happy because we think that our work is not valued. But to get paid, we must show that we own the money. All right? To do this, we need to make sure that we do the job properly. We report. And we say, that's according to what we said here. Then we need to train the people. If I train the people, I need to show that I've been training the people. For me, I'm in a change management business. I'm training people because they want to change their business. My objective is to change them, change the organization, but I need to train the people. If I don't train the people, it's not going to work. But I have to explain, I have to justify to the client, for example, my architect in London, I have to explain that I've been training their people here. And I have some records, and I've got to get sure that they signed the document, and I've got to show them what I gave them and what is the output of that. Record and report. Once we have this underway, especially when we build things, we have to analyze on the long-term things what was expected, what was planned, okay, and some KPIs. And what is going wrong? We have variances. In every project, we have things that don't go the way we want. More expensive, low quality, more time. This is variance. I wanted to do this in 5 hours, it took me 10 hours. 5 hours more, it's a variance. We have to report the variances. We have to inform the client and share with the group. So that's another documenting aspect of it. Once we've done this, we have to prepare corrective actions, and if necessary, to prepare something in continuous improvement for our business. All this means documents. And you cannot say, yes, I told you, or yes, I emailed you, or yes, I SMS you. SMS is fine, but I push the button, it's all gone. Email, is fine, but sometimes emails can be very dangerous. Emails can, oh, I never got your email, it was in my spam. Funny, huh? Just email I don't want to receive was in my spam. Interesting. Spam is very convenient. So we've got to make sure that we use the right media for that. Okay. Now, can we do that before we go for lunch? Recap. With the help of the template we used, systematically identify the element of your project charters. I don't say you've got to do the charter. What are the elements? Don't look too much at that. If you want to look at that, no problem, but it should be in your mind. And what input documents are necessary for what output in your project? That's the hard one. Can we do this in 5 minutes? Because if you get that right, you are ready to move for the planning phase.
Do we need to make charter?
No. Again, you don't do the project charter. What are the elements of your project charter? Just see the recap. It's not to do don't complete the charter template because it will take 3 or 4 days, and maybe you need to go out and talk to the environmentalist, etc. Just try to remember that. Make 5 or 6 bullet points. I need to do this.
This for documents only.
No. With the help of template of this section, identify the elements of your project charter. Okay. So what do we need? We need a brief. We need a contract one, etc. And what is a contract one? So that's what we need. I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Okay. Then what input documents are necessary for your output at that stage? Maybe you don't know all of them, but you will know the kind of documents you will need. For example, for you need a proposal from the software manufacturer. Okay? And you need the document from your boss saying, I like it. And you need a document from the IT director saying, yeah, that can work with my computers. Things like that. That's the input. It's a lot to do with document. Project management is eating a lot of paper. The lazy team is only 3 of you now. Someone there to see. No, you can't. I lost you. Yeah, work as a team is more fun.
Usually in my context, it's only 3 documents I have.
You know, you are the only one to know. You know, this is industry specific. The cycle is not industry specific. Project always goes through the phases, but the details is always industry specific. You don't have the same concern as her. Everyone is specific. So you may need one document, 5, 10.
Because everything is business plan. And everything is specified.
Okay.
And they will provide us training sometime.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit into it, but basically, it's number one.
Okay. Yeah, that's a basic. Yeah.
So we need brief, we need business case, we get the contract.
Yes.
Yeah, the things we are not understand what doctor means.
Okay. A doctor means nothing. Okay.
Okay.
What is important is you have the two templates that we use, right? The charter, this one, and this one. Okay. With these three documents, you should recall what are the elements of your project charter. What are you needing? What are you needing here? What kind of document you need to build your project?
Okay.
Okay. Now, once you got second question, is you remember that we have input and output. What documents are necessary? What input documents are necessary? For example, if you want to build your showroom, you need to know what space you need, what is the cost, what is the availability, what is the electricity you have. All these elements you need to have. So you will need a description, a technical description of what you need to have. Because if you tell me I need a room with electricity, fine, you need 5 pages or 4 pages. So that's all the things you need to know before you move.
That is for the.
Okay, for example, you want to buy a car? Come to me and I'm the counselor. Yeah, I want to buy this. Okay. The project is.
Where I need to have
Your insurance?
Protects.
Is your wife okay to buy insurance or is this for your girlfriend? Input thing that I would need for you to
Understand.
go ahead.
50%.
It's more than 10%.
Understand. 50%. Still 50% it will be transaction.
Yeah, and if you have more questions, you ask them. We're done? If we're done, I think it's time for lunch. It's 12:30.
Yeah.
Fighting cow. We meet again at 1:30. Then we talk about the troublemakers. Stakeholders, sorry.
And that's one website. This is what they do anyway.
Logical.
What do you mean logical?
Yes.
Yes. Logical. The thing is that if you look at project management is that all the things
Oh, really?
after this, I'm going to use that formula. Knowledge areas. You must know that all this. So,
Oh, really?
no, you don't need to.
I usually say plan my project. I'm here for long periods of time.
I don't have basic knowledge about project management, but I have to initiate as a project manager. They have to directly appoint me as a project manager. So based on working experience, I just know this one is logical. Based on that, I did.
But you're lucky because you were a project manager without knowing any technical project management, but you had a good boss and probably not a difficult project. Today you have a problem with the explosive, you may have difficult projects. If you know how to protect yourself and complete the project, for example, in charter, it's very but better than paper is fine, but communication is
My project was
yeah, but you are lucky to have a good boss. And also tricky project. Okay.
What can we have for your structure?
Let's just finish today. I will say all the ones that we studied and that we use there.
Okay.
I already
For running submission, I have one big project. I take over from one company. So now it's very confused where I'm to start.
Okay.
So we also just now I submitted the information. I think this is a very good guideline for me to step by step for.
You will see more this afternoon because this morning was very technical. This afternoon we're going to talk about more commercial, more communication things like stakeholders, like the
Question is missing. I have a project.
yes.
We have a whole team member. It's brainstorming.
Yes.
So we should be start first. Like in the whiteboard, okay, now we're going to have this project. Should we start from the documentation or should we start from the action?
You should start with the brief. So what are we talking about? What do we want to do? Once we've got the brief done, okay, we agree that what we need to do. Okay, then we go to the charter.
So it's a brief, is like a follow this template.
Then we go to the charter. Brief is okay, we agree. Okay, bam, 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 step by step. And then we go to the documentation. What document do we need to make sure that this project is going to happen?
Some documentation is already like a standard documentation.
I mean, this is for all projects. It can be for new project, it can be for her project, it can be for any kind of project. Documentation is a question you must ask yourself. And this, this chart with all these boxes. That's
documentation provider. Documentation is it both until to acknowledgement for this kind of document?
Some of them, yes. For example, the client will not pay you if he does not agree that the job is done. So for this, you must have a certificate saying this is done. We say that it's going to be, we're going to put 100 liters, 200 kilos, have the proof of 200 kilos, 100 liters. This is the proof you have to pay.
Sometimes we are going to buy over the company.
Yeah.
So maybe some people will be jobless. So
that's a
this
different issue.
is kind of problem that definitely will be not okay. I agree, I accept you will be kick me out or this kind of thing.
Yeah, but then it's when you have this, your project is safe if you can have the agreement from the previous owner to make sure that the information is passed to the guy that is going to do the job. There must be some social issues there, but it's true that you cannot hide that hold on, we cannot hide that from you.
Not yet.
You're going to face issues, so these guys are gonna lose their job. Then what is the output? Input is, you lose your job, output is how much?
Penalty, what is in this is
Penalty with government, penalty, how many months of wages you are paying. Yes, output is how much it's gonna cost you. My input is, I have 12 employees, I need a mix model. So output is, that's it cost me to get rid of 100. If I cannot do that, I don't take it, I don't buy the company. And you guys lose, all of you lose your job. So it's gonna be 200 instead of 300. Sorry for the 100. So that's where the output is.
What about
Is much good.
like which part?
Got it? So that was the other 50%.
still have a 30.
No problem, no, I'm here for that.
He helps a lot. Like, can you finish my project? Like, he has your knowledge, so he has me to finish my project.
But you have to take on these.
No food.
Oh,
Also, it means the service sector.
yes. Retail coffee sector.
You're gonna go to have lunch or?
I leave now, I have to work, so I'll not come back today.
Yeah, I just don't want to stay here because I have to finish this
Exactly,
assignment.
because conclusion part, like, it's huge, conclusion part, we need to compare at last. But the ratios, you don't need to compare in the first part. At the last, like task 6, you need to compare. But not before that, like not in the cash ratio, you don't need to compare with the competitor.
But she did.
You compare what part you compare?
Task 6,
Only
the
task
valuation, yeah. That part you need to compare with the competitor.
What part do?
Isn't it?
Actually, I compare in first stage balance sheet statement of this one, financial position and this thing.
Okay.
Because in valuation, it's very vast and.
Yeah, and we don't know the competitors which financial structure they're following.
It depends on.
That's why I like what I did, like in the task 6, valuation part I compare. And in the conclusion.
How do you compare in valuation?
Valuation like.
Because valuation, we have to make assumption and this.
Concentrate on project
Because of that.
Oh, I do a very simple. I only of course.
What are these?
My one is a very
Actually, these are financial statement.
because
I'm
not good on the
it will
writing.
not find on
So
online.
I put a lot of graph. So I expand on the graph is enough for me.
Okay, I'll leave now.
Okay.
So see you, yeah?
Okay, fine.
And like see you next Saturday.
Right.
Okay, okay. And like you are in line, right?
Yeah.
Okay, talk to you later, yeah? See you.
Sure.
Bye guys.
Are you going back?
Yeah. I'm on.
Okay, see you.
next Saturday.
Okay, so I only able to make 2060. I cannot go more. So this one is my summary. Then company introduction. And competitor information. So I just compare. So I don't take so many financial segments because straight away I just cover ratio. This one already we are convert to the financial. So this one is my company, not my company. This one is a rate, is a competitor. So it's compare, I compare on this. Yes, 2014, 2015. Then after I compare the cash flow, 2014 with company A. Then the financial statement, this one is a company I no more compare. And another company financial statement. So I just compare this company 2014 and 2000, and then after.
This is your company, that's why you're not compared with another company.
Because here I already compare already. I already do this compare, then I no need to do any compare already, because I think that the end result also same. Because the end result will be current ratio, ROE, this kind of so total assets, then cash flow, the end result is same. So no, I don't want to waste my time to do this balance sheet compare anymore. Which one?
Is the PDF come from the website?
No.
You made it?
Yes.
You made it?
Yes. This one is using the Excel. After Excel, maybe then I save under. Okay, this one is my profile. Compare. They say current ratio. So 2011 to 2015, what is the data? Then after data, then I just talk something. Then quick ratio, 2014, what is the ratio? This is like a formula. I put a formula because I think that until this end, this document is belong to me. But sometimes maybe I need to reference, then I can take off this during this document. Because I need to submit my MBA, so I submit. The important is I must learn something from here. This is the main topic. Then after finish everything.
This question is what I
And after conclusion, I also using very simple, just a graph. Conclusion.
Company was
Yes, because it's like, example, now you are investor, you don't want to see many earnings. So I just see, this company okay or not. You see very clear, net profit. Last year it dropped, but this year it's good. So if you will be buying this company or not. Or you see, okay, the business is growing. Because you see, everything is growing. 2014 is dropped, but 2015 is growing. Rather than you compare, rather than you write up, you bring many things, but your eye and your brain cannot matching together. So you don't know what's going on. After that, compare current ratio, WACC ratio, and after recommended. No. Because I don't know. So I do not understand, I don't want to do. Maybe later mistake. So recommendation. What kind of recommendation? Because I from here I see this company. From here I make a lot of graph. Then I compare. Then I feel, hey, fixed asset turnover ratio by 2015 is less than 2014. Then after then I recommend. Okay, I want this recommendation. Because I do the calculation, 56.1% is drop compared with 2014. The fixed asset ratio. And what is the problem? And how we going to do? Okay, so we do is increase the revenue, and maybe we could assess, or maybe we can do a leasing, or maybe improve our efficiency, or some get more money, faster money, and inventory. And limitation, last is my limitation. So I know my English is no good. So
it's not a limitation.
This is a limitation. It's true, it's limitation because English is no good. Then after what count? That's all. I finished. And this one just a fun. for myself, then after reference. So this one is very nice. Only like because as this morning I don't like, I cannot do the cover page, so I just do myself the cover page.
Even me, I didn't do cover.
I'm prepared two times. This is my assignment I submit. Then after I again submit my cover page. Yeah, again I submit my cover page. So it have a too far. Yeah. Okay. After I finish, then again I upload again. So first I upload one file, then finish. Then again I upload another file. So two file is updated. It cannot one time attachment two file. So go in, save, finish. In the TV have a two file.
Probably you can see the on-site system, that basically we can only store one file, so if we give us something, we put cover page and then hold the main body and the conclusion and then upload again and then it's rewrite.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the rewrite means you manipulate this information only cover page.
Oh, really?
You can just combine cover page and then hold the assignment.
Okay, maybe tonight I go back again, I send again, combine the cover page and send again. Okay, understand. So today go back again, same.
Even me, I didn't do cover page. I
Sure. But my Excel maybe is a very tricky. Excel. You have a contract.
Introduction.
Like this, you need.
I just need complete.
So I just put something maybe you can reference down because sometimes I also don't know. Maybe CCG, COG, and cost of reference because this is the
Again, 6,000 words,
What easier compared with school writing or
because I keep on comparing, like, for example, this. Yeah, I was comparing these two comparing shift this one, this result was this one.
So did you use IRR ratio or no, WACC only?
I used to do WACC.
Valuation. I'm just a driver.
Valuation is a lot, so that's what this has valuation. Valuation is a logic. Valuation. Acid-based plus this one is acid-based and investment.
So all the way that you prepare yourself
and discounted free cash flow.
very prepared, really very prepared.
I'm not sure how to do this sentence. Establish yeah, I did it. For name the assignment we have to write it.
This is a recommendation for the so this is all the format for the whole.
So it's no secret, do it. Just take initial. Yeah, that okay, see you. Oh, yeah. So tonight.
Yes, we have to go back to finish.
How much?
Yeah, but something is wrong. I have to go to delay some parts. Maybe it's not necessary to put in.
What if this assignment is for your own? What important is what you are learning from this assignment. This one is important. Score, pass or not pass, doesn't matter. For me, I feel that because our life is still very long. This one failed, then we still have a second chance. If this one pass, then you don't know where is your wrong. Oh, I can give you the Excel. You need. Sure. I give you a whole Excel. Because I'm doing Excel to do the calculation.
See you next time.
Okay. You need, you can have. Okay. But very messy. I don't know, are you okay or not? So this one is WACC calculating. Then you just put your number inside, then that's all. Then it will be do the alternative. You have a thumb drive? You have a thumb drive?
I'm not taking so.
Of course. Okay, sure. What is your email address? Maybe something wrong. Maybe you have a wrong, huh? Maybe you have some mistake. So no problem. If you have a, or you can put, maybe I copy, then you straight away can use. You mean? Is it can use a USB? But it's very messy. I just must show you very messy. Because something is very messy. This one is the formula. How am I do for the formula? So you just key in the number, then it will be changed by itself. So maybe you just from the financial statement you look up, then you put the number, then the result will be come up by itself. Okay, fixed asset turnover, then maybe. Sorry. Okay, I copy to you. But now then I delete some my personal information inside because I have some topless picture. We are sometimes doing a boring, then see my topless. So I will give you this one. Actually, this graph also will be automatic. So when you key in, then it will be graph will be changed by itself. So this one is my format. But the number you don't follow. You just do by itself like AR. Yes, yes. So this one is also formula, like a WACC calculation. That also you just a key, then it will be automatic come out the percentage by itself. Right. 2014, 2015 percentage, but only you need to go and find the number by yourself. It's quite difficult to find sometimes. Okay. So like operation ratio, all these things, you just a key and you will be. For example, you just anyhow change, then it will be come up ratio by itself. Because the formula I already done all the formula inside. Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to use Mac. I also don't know my Excel is it can use on MacBook. Excel sheet, signing record.
Just finish your assignment. Finish your assignment.
I yesterday, I guess there's something already. Oh, you are Japanese. No, that's not okay. Form is very nice. I can do everything on it. I don't know why.
I'm so sorry. Sorry I didn't send it out.
About, I will be do again.
Very not thinking straight. Simon.
Oh. Easy.
dogs, no worries. My sister. My sister is not. And my sister
So we just now they told me that I submit again.
Yeah, so if I put mine in here under status, so I just put my own web account and then my word there.
Okay.
So that's right, my word account, just underneath the status.
Submit again. You want to submit again? Could you do this submit? Is it? Because just now they told me because I submit 2 times. One is a assignment, one is a cover page. But they say that will be maybe every time is will be received for the last one. So maybe now is only my cover page, don't have my assignment. So they say better submit one more time. Is it possible?
You get three chances to submit. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. For each question, you get 3 chances.
3 chances.
3 chances. Okay.
So, do we need to write something?
Yes. Just your name and your index number. That's not your index number. Okay. No, you don't have, so you can't put it. Your IP index number is the TH1, and your TV index number is the BSN1.
I can't put here.
Not really. Probably better off putting your name. So you've got,
It's not there.
no, it's 2 different numbers. So IPE index number.
Where you get for this?
That one gets emailed to you with a password eventually, but you may not have it already.
Because I asked David, IP index number is what? He said send like same like a Trimex number,
Yeah,
also BSM.
It's not like they're different numbers. Okay, BSN number you get first, you should already have it, but the IPE index number is emailed to you from IPE with a password
already
in an email. For the first assignment, I didn't have it.
So what is this status? Status is a call,
Yeah, active. Either or, probably. I put call because that's what it says in the on the sheet, but it can be active as well. It's a core subject. So nice to be relaxed after that assignment. It's very nice to be relaxed after that assignment.
So how long you spend?
Oh, in total, nearly 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, almost the whole, because I had to start 3 times. The first week and a half was wasted with figures being incorrect.
So I think I'm more than that.
Are you sure if you are correct?
Yes. The funny thing is that the only reason I realised they were wrong because I was trying to do due diligence and adding some of the figures up. And I even, because I thought it was me just being stupid, so I even emailed the figures to David and he couldn't make them add up either. So it made it quite awkward.
I'm not sure that my figure are completely right.
But the thing too is, unless your ratios are outrageously different to the norm, I don't think they'll check them. I can't imagine a marker sitting there calculating every single figure that you're quoting.
I don't think so. That will be covered like this, huh?
No, unless it's the margin is way out of the norm. I don't think they'll even.
Because important is submit the assignment and you see the whole structure. They're okay. I think it should be almost it cannot be one by one to check how you want to spend, how the marker people want to spend the time to check on it. Well, you see, some ratio is different kind of formula that is.
And different words for the same meaning.
Yes.
Very for me, very confusing.
Yes.
Very confused.
It's like what is it? Whatever the gross
profit, net profit,
the gross net profit. It's like, one or the other, but apparently they mean the same thing. But
when you want to check this information as a user as a word.
Yeah, every web page has a different name and a different calculation. It was.
I was thinking there was some no about that actually.
Yeah.
And especially since my membership came from French companies, translation. And it's when they were in French companies.
So this is a very interesting point when doing this assignment. Then you will be go and edit. What is this? Then you will be trying to search a lot of information. After maybe few hours. Actually, it's
and sometimes the information I found on the internet was incorrect.
One point is the French company, but it's a worldwide market, so competitor were in the US and part in Europe. That's the way to work that to make that progress.
Total is fun. Actually, it's fun.
It was interesting to look into the business though.
Yeah, sure.
I did find that interesting because for my reporting period, the company in the last 5 years have gone really well. But from after my reporting period, they crashed. And I didn't mention any of that.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, for me, it's just it was a sector that totally fell down in 2008 because it was created by lots. And but the past 2 years, the growth are really low. So you try to explain in 700 words that the growth are really low right now. But I can calculate the ratio, but it gives us some information. The company is not making enough money.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
But also hard to do this. For me, this is my first time, so hard to do a one-off and expect to understand it all. I need to do this over and over again to fully understand. But
I think they have to do it.
Yeah, because if I don't do it now again for a while, I'll forget. You know, it's going to need to be in this industry continuously. I'm sure these photos are from Australia. I'm sure these photos are. I was going to ask, did he? Oh, did he? Oh, yes, yes. Because they definitely, I saw some eucalyptus trees there before.
Oh, these are in Australia.
Yeah.
And financial management, definitely something that is difficult to speak French. But if you take project management, again, in French they use English. But as accounting in French is really all sometimes I have the feeling I didn't know.
So this month you will be staying here though?
No, I just have to come back to Siem Reap on Monday, and I come back for a good session. So it was a little bit tricky for me because I'm
Did he have
moving right
the
now.
photos from Australia of yours?
Some of this is Brittany in France,
Okay.
but the other one,
I saw some eucalyptus.
the other one are the Great Ocean Road. Yeah, I've been there with the kids some few years back. Yeah, because part of my family is living there. My daughter is living in Geelong. She studied at ANU. My son studied at Melbourne Uni, but now he's no longer in Australia. He's doing his master in Bergen, Norway. Yeah, biology, marine biology. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, actually, he was good at the Melbourne Uni, and he was working with the researchers, and they told him to go and finish his master degree outside and come back to Australia for the PhD, which saves me a lot of money. Foreign student in Melbourne, if you're in a bachelor or master degree, is 36,000 Australian dollars per year. Just the school fee. Australian, which means about 30,000 euros. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's probably why I wasn't educated.
Well, actually, very good system. I know because I graduated also from, I have several certificates from Australia. AQF, you know, the Australian Qualification Framework. I've got the Trainer Assessing, and I've got the certificate of the Diploma of Business Management certificate. I had to do this because I was working with Australian companies, and they told me that I needed an Australian qualification. The system is very good. It's cheaper to send them to Canada. Australia is very expensive, cheaper.
Yeah, that's a fun good study.
Yeah.
Business.
Yeah, and you've got a lot of good schools here.
Everything is over there.
Yeah, Australia is no longer cheap. US is far away.
Yeah, now dollars.
I think she's in
It was okay for a while. At $1.10.
Yeah, when my daughter went to ANU, it was $11,000 per semester, but at that time that was a low. I don't regret that because at the end of it, immediately because my daughter took her 6 months to get a very decent job in Australia. Now she's going to have 3 years of experience, and she will have a residency, and in 2 years she will have
just outside of north of France.
try to get that in Europe. No job.
Small village in Mountain, about half.
Family-wise, it's very difficult. We are here. Okay, we're in the middle. What is special to us? Did you go to make a choice? Did you go to Bergen? Did you go to Australia? Oh, why don't you go to Bergen? We did that. Christmas, they came here. We did a tech boxing camp. For us, that was good. I noticed that I'm happy. First time I have a look to hit you. She was
sitting in cafe.
yeah, that's my place. The house is my my brothers go to somewhere around up. It's right around.
Yeah, I saw some water trades before, that's definitely true.
Oh, yeah. But that's not like this, like this, on the other one is Americans and British. Big boy.
Yeah.
For me to say, why was the study there? The beginning it's terrible, place, but now she spent 5 years there, and she made a lot of friends. When you know the people, if you want to have fun outside, like going outside,
very much
going trekking, she likes to go and that's great. So where the students come?
Let's start.
You gave up? We start. After time is more time. Beep, beep.
It goes into the States.
Okay.
Actually, we go.
Okay, what we did this morning was a little bit theoretical, but we had to do it because in project management, especially with your assessment you will have, you have a lot of terminology which is important to respect, and that can be critical issue. Call thing the wrong way. For me, I would be doing the first review, but the second review is not me, and that's the second review that counts. So we've got to be careful with the vocabulary, the terminology, and that's about it. Second point is that I've seen in my life, my business life, a lot of projects go wrong because of brief and charter. And the charter was not fine. The charter elements is the business case, contract 1, contract 2. You may not see contract 1, contract 2 in the terminology of this project management. That's mostly my thing. So I turn my thing off. Now we're going to go to something which is a bit critical. As I said earlier, we're going to talk about the troublemakers. And the troublemakers are what we call gently the stakeholders. Put them in the middle so that they don't recognize themselves. The others. We talk about the others. The other is who is not us, who is not me. And you've got a very easy way to do that, and we used this one. We used this one when we did the strategy. But for stakeholder management in project management, we've got to be more accurate than in pure strategy. So here we know that we've got people with low power or high power, and high interest or low interest, and we've got to deal with them fine, but not enough. Everything which is to do with stakeholders has to do with communication strategy. Who, what, when, where, why, how, and how much. That's all what matters. Okay, people say 5WH, I always say 2H. How much? Because at the end of the day, it's how much. Right? So what is important is that if we want to communicate with our stakeholders, this is what they want. Whoever they are, whatever level of power they have, whatever level of interest they have, this is a question we may ask ourselves. By the way, when you do a plan, when you prepare a plan, these are the questions you must ask yourself. Okay, in this order and different order. Why do we do this? When do we do it? Where do we do it? Who is doing it? What? Etc. But this is a very important things we need to address when we build a plan. I think we saw that for those who were there with the strategy thing. Okay, that's a more advanced thing, but still not very convenient. Here we've got effective leadership with 5 integrated elements. What are the critical priorities that will be important for the stakeholders? How to develop a tailored approach for each stakeholder? How to execute an engagement strategy with them? How to monitor the progress of the thing? This is what matters with them. And of course, we've got to build, this objective is to build the capacities and structure. Actually, we should read that down up, like every construction. That's fine, it's coming from BCG, Boston Consulting Group. Good, but still not good enough. What is important is that a stakeholder is a person, a group, a company that's going to be affected. Affected means he's going to be hurt in his wallet, in his environment, in his view. If you build a construction in front of his home, it's going to hurt him somewhere, especially the wallet, because he will have to pay for that. It's a sentence from Freeman. Freeman is a big guy with a big beard. I think he's Canadian or American, and he's the guru of the stakeholder management. You can find him on YouTube anytime you want. It's quite fun to watch. Now, what I like to do is, we have stakeholders, fine, but what do we need to talk to them? How do we talk to them? What do we need to tell them? Do we need to tell them about problems, issues? Maybe, maybe not. Progress? Maybe, maybe not. Process? Not very often, but some of them, yes. So what is important is to make sure that we give them the right information and when they need it, not all the time. If you give too much to the stakeholders, they will feel important. And they will be on your back every 5 minutes. This is what we don't want. Project management is a problem because we always have too much questions, too many questions, too many people on our shoulders. So let's try to get rid of them as much as possible. Hey, we've got to work, we've got to make this project good. We have to answer questions, but it should not be only that. So, what process progress issues and how? So we need to make sure that what we transmit to them is clear. Clarity comes with drawings, sketches, more than with reports. And we shall look at some tools, especially in scheduling or in problem analysis, which are very useful for communicating ideas without writing things, especially in a cross-cultural or multicultural context where a sketch will talk more than English or French or Thai. If you had an experience with one of my clients, and I was talking about SWOT analysis being objective or subjective. Say, everybody understands? Yes, yes, yes. And I talked to a Thai girl and say, what is objective? Objective is where I want to go. So, oh, okay. That's the other way of objective. Objective may have two meanings. So she got the easy meaning. So be careful, objective or subjective. What is subjective? Well, that should be the opposite to objective. Okay, that's where you don't want to go. So we were blocked. So we have got to be very, very careful with the language. So a sketch like this is easy to understand. This is temple with the pages, the columns, and the roof. Fine, but I still don't like this model. What we've got to do is to look at the input, this input again, and the output stakeholders. And we've got internal and external stakeholders. Internal is the company, the team, because my teammates are my stakeholders. They are close, but they're still my stakeholders, especially from the project manager. And external is the environment, the government, the suppliers, well, you name it. And we have to ask ourselves, why are these guys external, internal stakeholders? Are they input or output? What is an input? Stakeholder.
Person paying for it.
Yes, the person paying for. What is output? The main output stakeholder is money. No, the final user. Yeah. Result. Yeah. Okay, let's keep with that logic and let's look at. You've got several kinds of these strange animals. 7 of them actually, and this is coming from my stakeholder analysis. When you will have this slide, you will see the reference there. So you've got people who have power, people who have legitimacy, and people who have urgency. What is legitimacy? Okay, I oppose legitimate to legal. A law can be illegitimate. And what I do may not be legal, but may be legitimate. That's big philosophical debate. Legal is what is in the law, but the law sometimes is not nice. You know, in France, we still have a law, because I used to study law as well. And there is a law that is from the Third Republic. I think it was before the 20th century, and this law is still in place. That say that women cannot wear trousers. Still there. They should abrogate it. Say, oh, nobody cares. Let it go. It's not. That's vintage law. But you know, when you try to simplify the law in France, we have people in the street.
But we are very different from the Roman Code.
Yeah. Be careful, we've got 2 women around the table. Okay, legitimacy can be. That's important to know this way, because it may not mean that they have a contract with us, but they have somehow a right to ask. For example, you don't have a contract with the environmentalist here, but they may have legitimate requests that you don't pollute that much, and you build your thing. That's not legal, that's legitimate. Okay, let's look at them one by one. The dormant stakeholders, they have some power, but they don't really care. There's these people, when we had the square box, they have power but no interest. Okay? So keep them informed, don't spend too much time. Because if you go against them, if you wake them, they will not be dormant anymore, they will be dominant. Don't play with them, keep them aware. Yeah, you're a good boy. Ooh, you know, barking dog. Then you've got the discretionary. Ooh, these guys are latent. They possess legitimate claims, but no power to influence. But they can go in the street. They can pay the Bank of Post to do something nasty to you. And they can do this, and they do it very often. Involve them when it's really necessary. When something goes wrong. For example, when the government is making trouble to you, or a policeman has been asking for a bribe, you talk to a friend at Bank of Post, you know this general from the police is asking for money. Suddenly we not ask for money anymore. You don't know why. That's what we call discretionary. So be careful. These people are everywhere, not only in Thailand, everywhere, but they can be dangerous. So here I put politely beneficiaries of charities. So you understand what it is. Okay?
Means personal favor.
Charity is normally for you, but it may help you change your Mercedes-Benz as well. Yeah. Okay, we've got another one, which is demanding. They have urgent claims, but no power, no legitimacy. These guys are the people that my neighbor who said, oh, you're going to make noise maybe you can change my stereo system so that I have big loudspeakers, so I can hear my music. If not, I may become somewhere here. So they are important stakeholders to communicate with. Again, the communication is a fantastic way of neutralizing them, to make them cool down. Then you've got the dominant. These guys are power, legitimate, and demanding. Maybe not so urgent. They have the power, and they have a strong influence in the business. That's mostly the government, if you're touching their business, if you are touching their environment, if you are touching their property. They can be the owner of the project. It can be the shareholders of your company. So these people, you have to keep them informed very frequently, and they can influence the project. They can say, no, I don't want this building red, I want it white. They even can stop the project. So these guys, we have to take care of them. Dangerous guys here have the power and urgency, but no legitimacy. This is typically the government, typically the BMA, Bangkok Metropolis, typically the lobby around the place. I had a problem many years ago. I wanted to build a project with that was more than 20 years ago in Thailand. I was willing to put some water distributors in every single village around Thailand. It was a good business. We did a survey, and all of a sudden, my partner, who is still a very influential person, close to the royal family, said, "Didier, we don't touch that." I said, "Why?" Because some people touching the beverage let me know that if we touch water, it's touching their business, and they will not like it. So if these guys don't like it, we stop it. And we have to stop it. They were stakeholders, and I say, how can they damage us? Oh, easy. They can put the same water system free of charge for 3 months, and you're dead. They have the way, they have the money to do it. So I won't say who they are, but you may guess. Okay, dangerous stakeholders. They have power, urgency, but no legitimacy, and they can result to coercion and even violence. I never had violence, but I think this statement from this water thing was quite violent. It could have turned violent. If you want to build a pub on Sukhumvit 23, and you are not one of the gangs of Sukhumvit 23, they will have the guys that are going to burn your pub have no legitimacy, but they can do it. So you better keep them engaged, so you become a shareholder, or satisfied, I give you a commission. That's typical that. Okay? Now we've got dependent. They have no power, but they have urgent and legitimate claims. For example, I want to build a coal power plant here. I have all the authorization. The Lord Mayor or Governor of Bangkok told me I can do it, and the Prime Minister says, yeah, we need power here, build your coal power plant. It's going to pollute a little bit. Never mind. But these guys here, they don't like it. Resident Tower and Gason Plaza, they don't like it. But they have no power, but they have legitimate claims. So we've got to deal with them somehow. And we've got the definitive stakeholder, power, legitimacy, urgency, and they need to be communicated with. This is typically the client or the boss. So these are the main guys. Oh, you've got another one. This guy, we don't care. I love them. They have no power, no legitimacy, no urgency. Don't lose time with them. Can be the wife of your number 3 in your project. You say, I'd like to see my husband more often. You talk to the husband, say, you'd like to go home? No, not so often. Okay, thank you, take care of that. We have people like that. All right? So don't invest and communicate too much with them. They're only going to give you a headache. You know, there's people banging your door every day. I need to talk to you, I need to talk to you. Yeah. That's Red Cross. Now, back to this one. This technique is known as the influence interest matrix. We know that. I think it's a good start, but really not enough. Because it's just an indicator. What we had before with the 7 categories is already more instructive, but still we need a tool. As project managers, we need a tool. Keep satisfied, high influence, high power, low interest. The guys manage closely is high. Got it? Because I saw you were trying to crisscross and play go with the system. Now, what I suggest is that, first of all, this method being not enough, let's make it a little bit more smart. So we've got this kind of thing, but we have even a smarter thing, which is what we call the RACI matrix. And you have one of this in your template. That's an Excel sheet, and you can download it, and we'll show you where. RACI stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted Report. And that's a very smart thing. I discovered that not so long ago. That's why it's not yet in my book, but it will be, if I can get the authorization from these guys. I believe that if I have a number of stakeholders, and if I have a big project with a good team, I cannot handle everything. So I must know who the stakeholder is, and I must have some responsibility from the stakeholder. You bother me, what are you bringing to my project? And I believe that the stakeholder asks for opinions, but what opinions? And I need also the stakeholders to be notified of some project decisions. And in my team, I also need to do the same thing. Maybe I can talk to the boss, maybe I can talk to the prime minister, maybe I can talk to the governor of Bangkok, but I don't want to talk to everyone, because as a project manager, I have more things to do. So it's like the risk management that we will see next week. We need to allocate the risk and the stakeholders individually to certain people who are going to be accountable for these people. If you deal with everything, you are no longer the project management, you are the office of claims and complaints. Now, what is important is that once you have defined the involvement of the stakeholders in a project, like we did with our 7 categories, we indicate that in the business process, it is a business process. Stakeholder management in project is a business process. And we have to understand who is going to take care of them, and then we have to build a matrix, and this is the matrix. Here is the columns with stakeholders, and here is the specific tasks that each and every stakeholder has to do. Where is he involved? So it can be the immediate stakeholder child is me and my team. But it can be me and the close enough stakeholder. I may need my boss, I may need the client in that role, or in that role, or in this role. What is important is to make sure that we understand who are our stakeholders. I make it bigger here. Who are the stakeholders, and I need to analyze them. So one thing which is quite easy to do is to, in each and every of our project, is who are our stakeholders, in which box do I put them, and where are they going to have an input? Stakeholder role and project deliverable. Okay, here we have project leadership, project team member, project sub-team, external contributors. This can be contractors that are working with me. This can be the environmentalist. This can be the city hall. This can be the social security. This can be the safety office of the government. Okay. Now it's in the team leadership. It's me and my close team. We find these guys here and there. We can extend that if we want to. Now, at what stage here, specific tasks, can we involve them? initiate, plan, execute, control, close. We have 5 phases. If you do that, you have a way to monitor, which is not controlling, to monitor how your stakeholders are impacting your project and what you need to do, and you can find warnings. For example, here you need that this third thing here, this project guy, I need to talk to him. So that's what you need to do. It's very important that the moment you've got them in a box, you won't forget them. Does it make sense? Okay, you've got a template like this. So again, what do we want to share with them? What do we need to share? What we must share? Want to, need to, must. Process, progress, issues. So you have got to know your information. I move quickly on that, and I want to spend a bit of time on delegation and clarity. Stakeholders is one thing, but what is important is what is your role and what is the role of you people in the organization of the work. Okay, here you have a client, you've got stakeholders, you've got a sponsor. Sponsor is the guy who says, I support you in your project. It's not really directly involved, but he makes sure that you've got all the resources to run your project. And you have a project manager. So you have a relationship with these guys, and you also have the relationship with, if you work in a company, as a consultant or as one of the directors or one of the staff, you have a relationship with the other departments of the organization of the company. So in this project A, I may need the maintenance guy, I may need some engineers, I may need some janitorial service, I may need some safety people, I may need some hours from the HR guys, and some hours from the financial department. But this guy, what should they work for me? Because I'm not their boss. So I need to have a very clear way to say, you work with me because this is the rules. This belongs to the charter. This belongs to the support that my boss promised me he would give me. And if you remember, or most of you were not there, let me sketch something here. Less people navigate. Okay. In an organization, let's imagine you have a CEO, and you've got function 1, function 2, function 3. Okay, simple company, only 4 directors. Here we have sales, here we have production, here we have finance, and HR, and here we have, what do we have there? Production, yeah, technical engineering. All right, fine. Now I need to build a new production line. Who is my client? Production. Okay. Production will be most probably my project manager will be from production. But maybe not. Maybe we need someone independent, so we're going to take someone from the technical engineering. So project manager is here. Okay, this guy he needs to talk to marketing and sales to make sure that we dimension the new production line properly. So we need one guy here. At production, we need people that are going to help us organize the production. Maybe we need 1 or 2 guys, maybe 3. Finance, we need someone from admin to help us organize the thing. So we may, we have procurement also forgetting someone important. So we have finance and the HR. We need 1 person that's going to help us on the budget, and 1 person is going to help us on the people allocation. We may need to train people or to recruit people. course, for procurement, we need to buy equipment, so we need someone to find. So what did we create here? We created an horizontal line. This is a project. Oops, I forgot marketing and sales guy. This is the guy you normally always forget. Because guys, they know nothing about project. So here we are. But what is my authority as a project manager towards these guys? I mean, if I talk to the production, to the procurement guy, let's say, you buy this, who are you to talk to? My boss is here. Go to him. Okay, I'm going to talk to CEO, but CEO say, Didier, you are my project manager. I told you to handle the thing. I gave you the authority to run that. Don't come to me every 5 minutes to cry. Or I buy another project manager. Sounds familiar to many people who have been running projects. Okay, so I need to find the way to get this guy say, okay, I ask you gently. If you're not gentle as I am, I'm not going to get gentle anymore. Understand? Then say, okay. We've got to need to have a way to make them understand that we should work together. So you've got the team building exercise to do. We are not here to do the team building thing, but it's a very important activity to build a team which is horizontal, knowing that none of these guys is going to be paid by you, they're always going to be paid by the function. The promotion is not done by you, but it's done by the direct boss. They have no interest to work with you, only problems in the office, because the boss says, you and your project, I need you full time, there is a project. So there is always a problem for them. So you need to find some reasons for them. This is the very old, what is in it for me. Sounds familiar? Why should I work with you? What is my interest? I'm going to be happy. Yeah, happy not to see my boss every day because he has a bad face every morning. That's not enough. We need more. Okay, so we need to build a team and we need to motivate the guys, knowing that sometimes we need, for example, the HR and finance person, I don't need this person full time. Maybe I need 1 or 2 hours. But when I need it, it's because I need it. I need to report to the CEO or to the client. I need this financial statement now, not in 3 days' time. So we need this motivation all around the place. This is where managing project and delegation and clarity are so important. Because if you don't have that, you're going to crash. Make sense to everyone? I go back to my traditional list. So what is important and what I emphasize here is this relationship here. Operational department as service resources suppliers to the project. The functions are my stakeholders. I must not neglect them. All right? Let's move on. Can you do that in your project? So that's going to be a little bit of a activity. Will put your brain at work, and then they will stop putting matches to keep his eyes open. There we go. Can you try to prepare elements for your case study? Clarify the delegation you need to receive. Who must you receive this delegation from? Who must you receive this delegation from? And very importantly, remember what to set in the charter. This is contract 1 and contract 2. We don't need big words, we just need some 1 or 2 or 3 bullet points on that. Can we do it? So the lazy team is only 2 people.
So my boss is run away, so I don't need to do.
Okay, where are you?
My CEO is run away. So this company closed. Project is closed.
Okay, charter was not accepted. So you may join with another group then, so that is positive.
So we have no project organization structure.
What you've got to do here is look at this and say, okay, I'm here. I need to receive delegation, and what delegation? From where? And I need to give delegation to who? Because as a project manager, I may, if it's a big thing, I will have different teams. I may have a construction, a civil, for example, in this factory construction, I may have a civil works thing, an electrician work, a water or supplies thing, and assembly of the new line. Can be different people. Okay.
Based on the mornings, this one.
Based on what you prepared this morning, yes.
So based on that, we can make a.
Yes, your case study.
See that.
Have a simple program. Keep it simple. Discrete. It will become easy.
Second is
clarify the delegation you need to receive. If I receive a delegation
as a project manager,
yes,
and then they whom to give.
Yes.
First we receive from the like.
Who must you receive the delegation from?
Okay.
From your wife, from your boss, from your bankers. Now, I have a question because I see you thinking, what is delegation?
Responsibility
Delegation was conferring the power.
You close, yeah?
Conferring the job and power to the down the line. Cascading the job. Cascading the job.
Yes, that's one way, but there is a second dimension to the delegation. I want this to be very clear because if you don't have the right idea of what delegation is, that could be a problem.
Conferring the power and tasks.
Okay, delegation is there is a boss, there is a person with power or authority. And there is a person here, and this person is competent. And this person is trustable. Because as a boss, or as the authority in charge, this person is going to give the full authority to a second level person to do something, right? If the person is not competent and not trusted, it's not delegation, this is instruction. Instruction means I still have to follow day by day, minute by minute. Here, I trust you, you are competent, can you do it? yes or no. But if yes or no, then I must be sure that we are clear about what you asked me to do, or what I asked you to do. Right? I say, can you handle my car? I didn't tell you to sell my car. Oh, but you told me to handle the car. I sold the car because it's a piece of old crap. It's a vintage thing. Yes, especially. Okay, so that's clarify the level of delegation. What is the delegation for? Now, that's one dimension. Second dimension, I delegate to you. I go on the beach and I go skiing in the mountains with my son in Norway, or I go to Phuket and I do a little bit of diving. Yeah, it's fun. You do the job, huh? See you. Call me when it's finished. It's not delegation. Delegation is I still am in charge. I am responsible. If you screw up, I screw up. If you're wrong, it's not because you're wrong, it's because I was wrong to give you the delegation. Or I didn't give you the elements to be successful in your delegation. I am not saying, I delegated that to you. You are responsible, not me. I am still responsible. Okay, so it means that if I'm still responsible, I don't go for holidays in Phuket. I'm not going to be on your back, because if I'm on your back, it's instruction, and you will say, hey, Didier, come on, hey. You delegate or you don't delegate? You micromanage me, I don't like it. But I need to know that everything is going fine, or not fine. So what is important is, because I keep the overall responsibility, you need to feed back. You need to tell me, boss, everything is fine. Boss, this is a report. Not every minute.
But you can SMS in Phuket.
Yes, if you have good internet. Here, actually, you give me open some perspective for me. Okay, is that clear? Delegation? If you don't have all these elements, this is not a delegation. This is getting rid of responsibility or instruction. Because if I delegate, it's because I've got more important things to do. So if I have more important things to do, and I do this, it means I micromanage. I go into the detail. As a manager of an organization, I should not take care of who's cleaning the carpet. Cleaning the carpet is important because we live here, we work here. So the girl who's cleaning the carpet is a nice person. For example, here, she's very nice. Each time I come here, I say hello to her, I talk to her. I'm not dealing with her. I respect her, she respects me. But even I'm nothing in the organization, but if I were the boss here, I would do the same, but I would not give the instruction to clean the carpet. Someone has to do that. I'm delegating the janitorial service to the right people, admin or whatever.
But you're still in charge of that.
If it's dirty, yes, I'm still responsible. And if people say, Didier, I don't come to work with you because it's too dirty, it's things like an old fox. Say, okay, my office stinks like an old fox, my responsibility. Okay? But it doesn't smell like an old fox here. Everybody's on the same page, so let's work on that. Now, for your case study, clarify the delegation you must receive and from whom. Can I steal all the pens from here? Or have any pen left?
Suppose there are 2-3 directors. So they assign one of the director as a project manager. It's okay.
As long as there is clear delegation. If I am the CEO and I have 3 directors, I say, okay, you're in charge. But the others must know. Cannot say, hey, you're in charge. Don't let anyone know. This is not delegation. This is camouflage.
No, I mean like in the CEO position.
Yeah.
Some companies have 2, 3 means directors and the managing directors, you can say.
Yeah.
And out of that, they give that one person take a responsibility for the as a project manager.
Okay, that's to do with decision making. For me, I believe that as a leader, I lead. I can talk to people, say, okay, you are my VPs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 VPs, vice presidents. We need someone to run this project. Who do you think should be the best? Me. Okay. My job is to choose that. I'm paid for that. I choose him or her. Objection? Yeah, he's stupid. Oh yeah, but you're stupid too. Okay, that's great. Right? I decide, unless there is very, very fundamental point to say no. He's involved with the contractors. His wife is a contractor. That's a good reason. Let's ask this guy to do it. But I decide. End of the story. As a boss, my job is to decide. If I wait for too long, there is say it's better to take the wrong decision than no decision at all. At least you take a decision, you go. Get wrong, okay, you can come back or change. But if you make no decision, you die.
But in small companies, small companies, and then the CEO, the owners, sometimes act as a project manager, so they delegate to the departments.
Okay, in some organization, it's not so easy. For example, I've been running projects like this where I was project manager because no one was competent to run the thing. So I was some kind of independent person, and I received the authority from their CEO to make these guys run. They could say, Didier, you're nothing in the organization. Yes, but I have a contract with your company, and as the contractor of your company, I have authority on you, so you execute. If not, you break the contract because you are the company. Has to be very clear, very strong. If you're working in business, as you all know, you're going to be eaten by crocodiles.
My question is that in a small company, owners can be a project manager.
Oh yes.
Suppose some company, they don't have big chart.
Yes.
So that they have the hats, 5 hats only, so he can be the project manager.
You delegate to yourself. Yes.
And then he delegate to the others, okay.
That's right. You can be, if the project is so big, for example, if you're doing a merger thing, you may decide that you are going to stay as the project manager. And you will select in your team someone who's going to be very important. In a merger acquisition thing, the first person you're going to deal with is these guys, finance, HR. Because it will be impacting your HR and it will be impacting your cash or your statements. But then you've got to talk to the other guys for the reorganization. But yes, CEO can be a project manager. You delegate because you have more important things to do. If it's so important that you can't delegate, you do it yourself, yes. Now, the smaller the company, the more work you have. Okay? Are we clear on that?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. I lost my potato. Oh, here it is. So, another thing is, what we need to understand is, if we have a delegation, we also have a limit of responsibility. I need to do this, but there are things I cannot do. And I need to make sure that this guy is going to run. I'm not supposed to change everything. I'm not supposed to make this car fly. There is a limit of the thing I do. In construction, in industry, in mechanical industry, we call that the limit of supply. On the incinerator thing for the hospital I have at the moment, my job is to supply the equipment, to bring the equipment on the site, to make sure that the concrete base is well installed, that the fluid, electricity, and evacuation is fine, but I'm not in charge of putting this under a hat. That's my limit of responsibility. Then first thing the guy said, oh, you have to build a roof. Hang on. It's not in my responsibility. It's not in my project. It's not in my contract. No. Oh, you want me to do it? I will make you a quote and you buy for that. You know, people always ask for more.
Extras, always.
Yeah, can I have this Mercedes-Benz? There's no option. How much? That much. Okay, you give me the option for free, right? No. Okay. If you're strong at the beginning, people will know you are not a joker. If you're too flexible, people will abuse you. Project management is not an easy job. I remember working with Australian submarine. You know, they were doing fast patrol boats for the Thai Navy here. And the head of this company, an Australian guy, is still here. It's no longer with Australian submarine. Say, Didier, can I hire you? Say, for what? To be the asshole of the company. What do you mean? Yeah, the procurement director. The guy who knows to say no. Say, okay, let's do it. So I've been doing some work on that. So he said, I need someone able to say no. But as a CEO of the company, I can't say no. But if I'm the CEO, I say no. Who can say no second time? So he needed a buffer. So I was a buffer. It was big fun. Okay, management responsibility requires the participation of all members of the project team, but remains a responsibility of management to provide the resources needed to succeed. What does it mean? It means that I promise you I will make it happen, but give me the resources. The resources is not only the money, it's also the people, it's the time. If I have 10 projects to run, I won't be able to make it. Okay? Delegate some authority. Now we've got this limit of responsibility, and if we have responsibility, we have a reporting line. Okay? If I delegate to you, as I said here, I need a feedback. If I have no feedback, I feel naked in front of the fire. No bulletproof jacket. Don't leave me alone in front of the client. Don't leave me alone in front of the top sponsor. I delegate it to you. Give me bullets to fight. Okay? So I need authority, but I need reporting requirements. And this is the same thing as what we did just before. Are we on the same page here? Can we move on? Move quick because we have a big one to put together. Now we've got also to choose. If I am a CEO of an organization and we have 10 projects, I love them all, but I cannot do them all this year. There is a portfolio. You know, if you have been in the fashion business, you know this girl or this girl. No, this girl would be better with this dress or this. No, I don't like this one. No, I don't like blonde hair. Like, okay, you've got a portfolio of a models. You've got to choose a model. Project is the same. You've got to take the sexiest project for your business. You don't take project because it's beautiful. Sexiest means it's going to make a lot of value for your organization. I want to repaint this school blue. Blue is here, yeah. It is so important, yeah, because we look like a blue ocean company. You know, this new concept of strategy, we're not going to fight, we're going to be the best because we do the thing differently. We need to paint blue. Yeah. What about the teachers? No, we don't need teachers. Paint blue. Paint blue. Okay. As a manager, I'd rather keep the white stuff and get the best teachers. different projects. Okay, so I make jokes on this, but in many companies, you've got projects that are coming from very important persons. For example, in our display here, CEO, production, the production director say, I can save $3 million if you buy that machine. It costs $2 million. Good. Then you've got the other guys, procurement director say, I need to do an ERP, I need SAP because I love SAP, and that costs $3 million. He's also asking for $3 million. We can't do the two things the same year. Yes, but I'm more important than him. What? So that's a fight. I have to choose. Again, I have to choose, but I cannot choose. Oh, this guy is more influential and he can talk to my wife, this one cannot. That's not that. We've got to have very, very strict ways of selecting what project is important and what project is not important. Again, when we look at project, when we talk about project, it's because we want to change something. So what do we need to change first? And I like this picture here because we are out of the frame. Project managers are going to stay in the frame. This is their job. But you guys, you're entrepreneurs, or you are leaders in your business, in your companies. Leaders, you are here, out of the frame. Because you see more. If I do only this, okay, everybody can do that. Just need the techniques. Think out of the frame. So, if for project or not, first we think out of the frame, and we look at portfolio analysis. What project and what priorities? Why should I choose this one, not that one? We look at main questions. Does it fit in the value of the organization? Are we done for this? Do we really want to push for this specific product, or another product is more important? Or is our production line good enough? We just need to change the overall image. Instead of being in Bogna, I want to be in Quezon Plaza. Why? Because the restaurants are much better. That's a good change. Should I do that? Maybe not. Okay. Does it fit in the value chain of the organization? What is value chain? Yes, but more than that. You've got things that are primary business. This is our core business. And secondary business, you know, the new thing that we could do that could make money. Or I'm an engineering company and I can do the logistics myself. Logistics, I can subcontract. Yes, but we can make money with the trucks. Right? Yeah, but this is not a value chain. This is something I can outsource because it's not going to bring value to my organization. Can the organization make the resources available? Okay, we are 30 people in the company. For this project, I need 10 people. Production manager will say, yes, but for the production, I need 25 people. HR, can we employ 5 more people? No, we don't have the budget. So we have a problem. So we have to make sure that we don't start a project if the resources are not enough. If I have 2 projects that eat 3 million each, and I have only 3 million to inject this year, I must make a choice. Or I will have to have projects. No good. And is the project in conflict with other goals of the organization? For example, I have a hotel, and I know that the owner of the hotel wants to give up with this and get to the next door. Like the hotel there that moved here, but the Intercontinental. Okay, we can do that. Hotels do that, right? They change the name and they call the Regent one day and something else tomorrow. Anontara now. But not everybody knows that. So the chief of the room things say we should refurbish the whole floor here because that's getting old. My goal as the CEO of the operation is to move this hotel from here to there next year. Should I say, okay, let's do it? Or should I say, no, we wait, we don't do it. Don't have to give any reason, I'm the boss. Because if I spend the money refurbishing a full floor with 50 rooms in a 5-star hotel, it's going to cost a lot of money. Is it within the goal of the organization, or is it within the goal of satisfying the guy who's in charge of the room management? So we've got to look at all these things to make sure that it's going to go in the right direction. Still not enough. And then we get out of project management to look at change management considerations. I invite you to download. You can. I'm not sure you can find it, but you can find it there. That's one solution for project success. If you don't get it through the web, call me. Well, send me an email or ask David. I will forward it. I have it on my thing. So what it says is that at the phases here, at each and every of the phases here, you've got key consideration. For example, initiating, ensure that people factor is given just as much consideration as the more technical elements are at the outset of the project. Identify relevant stakeholders. What it means here is that if you initiate a project, you're going to have technical people and stakeholders impact. We have to evaluate that at that moment here. If something is wrong here, don't start the project. Because your innovation, your change management is going to suffer. Unless you control that, or unless you know you can control that, don't start it. Don't start something that you are sure is going to fail. That each and every of these steps, you've got consideration to pay for to these things here. Okay, let's look at the second one. When planning a project, important to keep the end in mind. Looks familiar, right? You are not only running the project for the project. It's fun to run a project, but why do we need a project? Create value, value creation. Okay, you see that value is everywhere here. So executing, manage stakeholders, need expectation. Utilize a thing. Okay, when you execute the thing, are you going to make sure that the stakeholders are going to be okay? Don't start a project if you believe that the government is going to be against you. Wait for the new government, for the next coup. Thailand, we know that. Monitoring, controlling. Okay, all these things are quite important. At each and every stage, we have to ask ourselves key change management consideration. Don't change something if you cannot make sure that you're going to master the change. And change management is much, much more complicated than project management. Project management is tools and techniques. Change management is talking to the soft skills of people. So if we cannot convince the people, it's negotiation. It's a lot of soft things that can turn immediately against you. Project is project. Got it? Recap. Is there anything in your project here that could prevent your organization to say, yes, let's go for it? For us, we don't care because we are the boss. We decide. But what about you guys?
When it comes like, suppose software, the main question comes with the employees. They're not willing to adapt. They're not willing to change.
Okay.
That suppose we put the software, but they're not doing it the same thing again.
Okay. Are you a little bit aware of change management constraints?
Because we have to change the user.
Yeah, fine. Okay, let me put a few ideas there first. I believe this is necessary. You've got a lot of tools, but for this it's not going to be in that slideshow, but take some references that you're going to find on the web. Okay. There are a few ideas when you need to change something. We've got a law which is called 2050-30 law. If you want to change something, you will have 20% of people who say, yeah, good idea. 30% of people who say, no, we did that for ages. My grandfather was doing this, why should we change? And you've got 50% say, I don't care. Okay? So who are the people I should take care of?
30-30.
The answer is 50-50. Because if you can drive all these guys, you have 70% of people in favor. Even if you can drive only 30% of them, you are still 50%. You will still have people who don't know. And anyway, those guys, they won't change their mind easy. Keep them informed. There are some stakeholders who can be the you guys, but they have no power, no legitimacy. So that's rule number one. If you are in a change management procedure, remember the 20-50-30 rule. Okay, that's rule number one. Got it?
You have to identify rules.
Oh yeah, but if you want to change things, you will see the smile and you will say he's happy. He's not happy, he doesn't care. Small organization. Big organizations, you will have the trade unions taking care of that. Okay, second thing is we got what we call the force field analysis. FFA. Then you know that you have factors which are positive for the change and factors which are negative. Okay, you can have some people. You can have the authorities. You can have the environment. You can have the economy. A lot of factors here that you have to consider when you do your change. And you've got to rate that. And you've got to establish, here, for example, we've got 20 people against, 30 people in favor. Okay, we are +10. Authorities, you've got to evaluate what are the negative forces, what are the positive forces. Now, at the end of the exercise, you have here a value, let's say we've got 90, and here we've got 50. We know that the forces are in our favor. Now, if the thing is here is 90 and here is 500, you are in trouble. You should change your approach to change. So that's the evaluation. You look at the forces in presence. If you want to attack Burma or Laos with Thailand, look at the army. Do they have enough tanks? Do they have enough ammunition? Do they know how to use it? And okay, Laos, you have not that many people, but you know how to use your weapons, huh? Yes. Guys, yes, we know also. Are you sure? Maybe we'll train for 1 year before we start the war. Because we have been doing the coups, we have no time to train. No, it would happen. You know, the French, we were the first army in the world in 1939. And the Germans were scared to death to invade France. So what we did, we had a beautiful wall built. Here you have Belgium, you have Luxembourg, and here you have Germany. We build a wall, yes, strong wall. Maginot Line is called. The Germans did not attack for 1 year. The war was declared in 1939 by the French actually, and the English. Because the Germans invaded Poland, so we declared the war to the Germans. And for 1 year, we call that the funny war, nothing happened. We just throwing leaflet, you're ugly to whatever. Until the moment they decided to attack. And do you know what they did? Nice war, huh? We go through Belgium.
But they have their own line.
And they got it. It was a Kriegspiel. And they express war. Okay, what they did is, for 1 year they evaluated the forces from the French. I know that because my dad was very top guy in the military. He explained the war to me, and he was not joking. I'm joking because I was born after the war, like most of you. Maybe not all of you. Yes, all of you. So it's the thing. Evaluate the forces in presence. Don't attack until you don't know that. This is strategy for change. Okay, now we know we can attack. We have identified the thing with people. We know it's not going to be a piece of cake. Then we go through a very easy thing, which is called defreeze, change, consolidate, defreeze. Defreeze means announce the change. Make sure the change happens. Make sure the people are ready to change. They know it's going to change. You have no choice. If we don't change, we die. Information, and we make people understand that they are no longer going to be with each and every of them in a little box, this window and the door. It's going to be a common ground. That's a big change. Then you change. People are ready to do it. They like it or not. They are not frozen any longer. Then you change. You do it. Do. Then let people settle. They still resist. They still want to put some pillows between them and some helmet on the head so that they cannot hear the other one. This is the consolidation. And when everybody is happy, refreeze it. Okay, done. No more change. Everybody happy? No, doesn't matter. We work this way. Now, if you want to refreeze, re-defreeze later, it's going to be a problem. So make sure that it's consolidated before you refreeze. That's called the living theory. Okay. Once you know that, you know the fundamentals of change management. Of course, I can talk for two days about that, but that's what you need to know. You're going to have people pro, against, and I don't care. You're going to have to analyze the force that are on the field, and you will have to use one of these techniques. This is the easiest one: freeze, change, consolidate, refreeze. Once you've got that in your mind, you can try. You should read a lot on this. But that's fun. That's really good fun. If you are passionate with your business, change management is fun to read. Project management. Who wants to buy that one? In the box. Okay. Recap. Okay, what is important there? Identify the elements that will ensure your project is selected. That's a kind of force-feed analysis. You can use that for other things. Huh? At home, you have 5 children. One wants to stay home because Bangkok is fun. One wants to go to the beach because his girlfriend is getting there. And the other one wants to go skiing in Japan. We cannot go at 3 places. So who is the most influential? My wife, she says, I don't care. Thank you very much for your help. My daughter, she's a troublemaker. She wants to go skiing. And if she's not going skiing, she's going to make our life absolutely terrible. Should I resist or not? Who has daughters here? Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, then relationship of your project with other projects and with company's objectives. That's what you need to do for your project portfolio management. Got it? Now we've got another thing which is quite important. This one. Never start a project unless all resources are available. It talks by itself. Okay, let's move on. Resource management is important because you have different kind of resources, and these resources have to be available for your project. So what is the first resource we need? Money. The money. Second resource we need? The people. Third resource we need, intelligence, da, da, da. So what is important is that we have physical, human, and technical resources. Technical resources, if I need to produce your things, I need a machine. If the machine is in full speed production for an urgent client, I won't be able to do the testing. So I have to postpone the project. Sorry. Okay. But don't start the project and leave it on hold, because the moment you start the project, other people will hear about that. And if you're not in time, they will do it before you do it. And they will put the patent together. This is your risk. Does it make sense? So this is where you need to make sure that you've got all these things. And it has to be in your chart. This has to be in your chart, because you are the project manager with no resources, you are going to crash. First of all, it's going to be a personal failure. Second, it's going to be a failure for the company. And people will look at you and say, oh, yeah, this guy, the failing project manager, won't find a job anymore. It's not your fault. Yes, it is your fault. Because you did not pay attention to the charter, contract 1, contract 2. This is your life. Okay? Everybody can fail. I mean, entrepreneurs, we all have failed somehow at the moment, including me. Important thing is to analyze why we failed, and not to fail again for the same reason. Remember, the project is a temporary venture engaged to bring value to the organization. So you have to consider the resources first. Because if you don't have the resources, you're going to crash. Okay? Now, what resources? And how can we evaluate this? And I believe you've got a little bit of resources analysis on your document. But maybe we make a break? 10 minutes break? Here we go. Yeah, it's been 1.5, 40. Yeah, that's been quite intensive. This time I'll keep it quick for you guys.
Fruit outside.
No food.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's coming late.
Kapsuka? I have the same at home.
You can have it.
Go ahead and have a big meal. Not correct.
This is the one of the fruit of the island.
This is a fruit. Same fruit.
Yeah. You call, I don't know what you call, but okay. Smaller jackfruit. Something, yeah, it's something good.
You know, it's very well organized. You arrive just for the food.
Exactly.
Huh?
I was very happy with that.
What's your name again?
JJ.
JJ. Okay.
DD and JJ.
DJ. Gonna make some music. DJ.
And this one.
Yeah, that's one.
That's good, man.
Banana chips.
Chips. Oh, fancy.
That's good.
So banana chips.
Any?
Yeah. One cut. Yeah. Kaliya.
Yeah, you tried it, but man. Yeah,
Well, it is good one.
very sweet.
Yeah. It seems like a janky. It's good for digestion. It's good for digestion. It's an androgen.
Wow.
You don't get guava. You don't get guava. You don't have.
We have Asana, we have different kind of food, like Koreans, we have Asana,
Which part of France are you from?
Korean. It's like that, something like that.
I have this region in France. There's a small town. It's called Beach. It's called Beach. B-I-T-C-H.
Oh, it's in the east.
East.
Okay. Huge.
I hope it lives up to its name. Does it live up to its name?
Why just because it's all the industry. It's not how it's stressful, like that it's stressful.
But now sleep is interesting.
Okay, I did something for you. This is the way you should consider the change management. That's the other book I'm writing, which is about change management. And this is a way of putting the change things together. So what you do is you put your, no, that's not the potato. This is my potato. Lost my potato again. Somewhere.
You have this call.
All right. Oh, here it is.
In your name.
Okay, what is important is you call the proposed change. It's going to be on the slide I'm going to send you, right? But it's not well organized. I just did it. So then you enumerate the proposed change and you put the causes and for in favor and the resisting forces, and you rate them from 1 to 10, for example. And at the end of the day, you have a picture. What is important is in all these management things is, as we said earlier today, writing is confusing because we have culture, vocabulary, language issues. Showing a picture is talking. So once we've got that, we are better off. You have another way to do it is this. Exactly the same thing, but here is the source. Here you've got, for example, driving forces, high performance goals, new equipment, competition, and resisting forces, group norms, familiarity, complacency, need to learn new skills. This is very important. You will have a lot of resistance for people because they don't want to learn. And of course, fear of influence and reward. So all these things are going to be part of your evaluation when you start a project, when you choose or not choose a project in the portfolio. Then I put quickly the things here. That's in a mess because I normally direct from the book. I just did a copy and paste. That's a current living change model. When you unfreeze, change, transition, and refreeze. Okay, so that's giving you some ideas. We prepare stakeholders. These stakeholders are still there. We develop strategies to turn over the restraining forces. We sell the benefits. We communicate. We do a lot of things. Again, we negotiate, of course. Then we are now they are unfrozen. They are ready to move to a certain extent. Let's move. And doing this, we do the new way. We communicate, we train, we redesign, we implement, etc. And then we will freeze when it's ready to freeze. We refreeze when the thing is ready to be accepted. Don't refreeze too quick. People have a very good tendency to go back to the bad habits. For example, if you decide that you are going to have a meeting, a Monday meeting, only with the people who have two things to share. First meeting, no one will come. They don't want to be in a meeting Monday morning. Monday morning meeting is always terrible. But after a week or two, they say, I'm not moving, I'm going to have problems. So everybody comes with two ideas. It lasts for 1 month, 2 months. Then you have less people coming because they have no ideas. And then people come even if they have no ideas. This is a change that has not been successful. Now, if you want to refreeze, make sure that people come. You have 2 ideas? Show me your sticker. Yes, 2 ideas. Okay, get it. And then if you do this, you will have quality meetings. Because if you have a meeting with one of my, I would say, role model, many years ago, was CEO of a big company I was working in. One day he came in a meeting, there were about 40 people. We said, this is a circus. I'm coming when you're 5. He went off. He's the CEO, he said, I want 5 people, not more. I'm not supposed to talk to the group and the group and the group. I want the heads, or the people who have something to say. And I've been developing this idea with a lot of customers, a lot of clients. And their Monday morning meeting is much, much better. What I added up is no one needs to come to a meeting if they don't have 2 things to discuss. Try that. Okay, we were at that stage. I'll pass quickly on this one. Resource management, we know that we have to find what resources we need and what resources we have. And there is an exercise to do, and we know that we have to look at people, qualification, and the intangible, tangible things. What role, I need to put a chart together, what role is to be completed in my project? What project responsibility, what skills, what number of staff is, estimated date of start and duration required. I have this, I go to Madame HR. You have these people for me? I go to finance. Do you have this thing for me? Or technical? Do you have these people, the safety people for me? Yes, no. If I have them, it's fine. do they have the skills? This is the skills I need to have. So maybe I have Mr. A. I require Mr. A, but he's not with the full skills. I need to train him. But I need to train him with time frame of training. I need these guys to be trained in 3 weeks' time. This has a cost. Where do I train him? Inside, in-house, because we've got good trainers, or do I have to send him to BSM to get trained? Once I've done that, I have people that I can expect to have these guys, and they're going to be skilled enough to run the project with me. Now, I need the other resources, which are technical resources. I need a computer, I need a Mac, I need I don't know what, things. And I say tangible, intangible. Aha, intangible. What is intangible? This is tangible, I can touch it.
Intangible softwares.
Softwares, brains,
know-how.
Know-how, yes. All the skills, all the things that I cannot touch. Intangible. Okay? Network, yeah. Network is a very important. You're right to say that. Very, very important thing in project management, because if I want to make this thing successful, a network connection through my stakeholders can help my project a lot. Okay, let's try to do this. Can you put some ideas on your project template, please? Oh, you don't have a project template. That's not the one. That's the one, yes. I have to say that change management thing will be gone.
You want us to write on this?
You do whatever you want. This is your recap. It's not my project. Okay, I put a recap resource here to help you. How do you estimate resources, people, material, equipment, supplies needed to perform your project? Make or buy decision. Can we make? Can we buy? Can we recruit? Remember, we are not at the execution of the project. We are still at the planning stage. But when you finish the planning stage, if it's done properly, your project is going to be smooth.
Use what? Correct.
One, two, three. People, training, and this is the third one, physical resources.
We have to make rules.
If you don't need people, don't put people.
Project responsibility is project management here.
Yep. Oh yeah, what you say is important. In the resources, don't forget to put yourself. Because this is not for you, this is for the charter, this is for the plan. Say, the project needs me as a project director. Because you're not supposed to work for free.
So this is the main one.
Yeah, first box, first table is the people you need, including you. Maybe you yourself, you need some training.
So role means you have a project manager.
Yes. Second is, who do we need to train and for what? Because you have got identified the gap. Those who remember the training need analysis. That's very important when you run your operation, you employ people because they need to be doing things. And you can recruit this person, and if she has a gap in the knowledge, you've got to prepare a training plan for them. This guy has training at no cost. Training has always cost. Even internal training. Does anyone know anything that costs nothing?
Actually, it's an explicit, I'm talking about explicit cost, which is included with the package of this project. So that's why I'm making V out here. It's not an explicit cost.
No, I don't say that for you. When you evaluate training cost, if I need one of my staff to run a training program for 1 day, I won't pay him another extra salary, but when he's doing this, it's not producing. So there is the cost. Okay, it doesn't cost me extra money to pay, but there is a production cost. There is, in the production line, it's not going to be there, so I've got to replace it. So even the thing that doesn't cost cash is going to cost manpower. Make sense? Or maybe I'm overstaffed, so I've got so many people doing nothing that it really costs me nothing to use them. Are we done? Okay. Now we go for the big one. Project plan. This spider was taken in action in Chiang the jungle. There is no dangerous spider in Thailand. Why do I put this? Is because what we said is project management is about networking. This animal is making fantastic network. Okay. when we develop a project plan, it's like every plan. We must have objectives, and these objectives must be smart. He's a specialist of smart. What is smart?
Specific.
Yes.
S for specific, M for measurable, A for accurate, R for reasonable,
Realistic, yeah.
realistic, and T for time bound.
Okay. So that's the formula. I don't really like very much the acronyms, but this one is useful. Talks to a lot of people. Okay. The objective have to be smart, because if this is not specific, and in project management very often things are not specific enough, then you're gonna lose time, lose money, lose energy, and the project is not going to be on a good start. So all these things have to be all right. So once we've got the objective, we can plan. If you have no objective, you don't need to plan. Plan for what? Okay. Now, this is where we are. We did the project charter. We have all the information that we need to start planning. We are not here yet. We can still stop the project. It doesn't cost much. It costs the time of the project manager, the leader, and one or two guys like financial HR that have been spending time on that. Maybe a bit of engineering, but we have not sent the big check yet. Still time to stop. This is, at that stage, we are still saying maybe, maybe not. The go for it is here. It means that we've got this clear and done well. We know where we want to go. If we do this well, or if we realize that something is not going to be fine, we better stop now. Okay, if you want to change your hotel into a 5-star thing, you have a charter, you develop the project plan, you didn't spend one bit of concrete. But the moment you destroy the roof, put another 2 stories, you're in trouble. You start here and say, no, let's stop it. Okay, you've got to put the new roof, the old roof back again. That's not a good idea. Okay, the moment you move here, it's dangerous. So let's make sure that we do it perfectly here. Once it's done, it's going to go.
We decide.
Why?
We decide to stop.
Oh, we can. The boss can say, "Well, this project is not good enough." I'm not convinced. I think it's not the right time to do it. It can happen even if the project is nice. For example, there is an economic crisis hitting Thailand, and we decide to stop this building. You can see a lot of buildings here that have been stopped in 1997, 98. They're still there. These monuments to the glory of economic crisis. At the end of Saturn, you even have young people going to see the ghosts. Okay? So that project that have been stopped, no money. That project are costly, because today to break them down, that costs money. So it means that here I have been spending money to pay my project manager. I've been spending a bit of work, but I've not been spending $1 to do the things, to buy anything. That's just in my mind, just on paper. If we move here, we engage the finance, we engage the project, we engage the people, we buy the machinery, we buy the software. If we stop, we can stop. But it's like the construction that is on hold and stay there forever. We're going to lose money. He decides to break the wall of his hotel because he's going to have a 5-star hotel in 6 months' time. Fine, but we stop because no more tourists. But hey, he's got a hotel which is in rubbles. Before it was okay, he had a hotel where he could accommodate the people. No more, because nobody wants to stay in a hotel where there is no wall, no roof. Maybe a camping will do. So that's what I mean. Got it? Here we go. Like that? Oh yes. Probably know this one.
Are too many details slowing you down? tools for the job. Can your team make decisions on time? Can your team collaborate? Can your team adapt to the unexpected?
Okay, what was the objective of this little clip? Part that it's distracting. What does it show us?
Because there is no proper information, no right information.
Yeah.
Use for the because of the loss in the direction.
Okay.
Second is there is no right tools.
Yes.
There is no right tools.
Coordination.
Number 3 is coordination. Number 4 is creating lots of havoc to the environment.
Okay.
Not a desirable result.
Okay, when you see things like that, maybe that's because I'm a researcher and I do a lot of things for my clients. I always try to identify the key IDs or the keywords. In this, you had 4 or 5 keywords, key IDs, and that's quite important because you can summarize in 2 seconds what this thing wants to tell you. If you run a project, you are becoming the CEO of a small temporary enterprise. You must be fast in your head. You must be fast in your head. You must learn how to be fast. If you have never been a project manager, you'll be excited. It's fantastic to drive a project. But you will have to be the HR, the finance, the production, the technical. You've got to be everything in one shot because you become the little CEO of this little project. Not for long, eh? If it works, you're going to be CEO again for the next project, and again and again. If you crash, end of the story. You won't be a CEO. You go back to operation. Operation can be nice. Okay, if you like operations. I don't like operations. And I think that if you try, that's good stuff. So what is important is try to learn how to catch up with the keywords so that you can immediately communicate a message. You have a discussion with people, with a contractor, he's going to say a few things, 3 notes. Okay, you say that, I got it. Ooh. That's what we need to learn when we try to run a project. Okay, we did that, and what is important is we need to plan, so we need to make sure that we've got information, the right team, the right tools, the right communication, and we've got to plan for contingency plans. That was the 5 ideas. Make sense? Here we go. What is important is we need, before we plan, we need to analyze what we have. And I used to say that if I have data, I'm in trouble. I don't need data. I need information. The difference is data is unorganized thing. I received data, there was a bus coming here, and the SkyTrain, the BTS passed there. I heard it, that's the data. Do I need this here? No, it's noise. Data, most of 99.9% of the information we receive at any moment in our life is pollution, is noise. the thing that I see here since this morning is getting mad. That's why sometimes I move here. I don't want to see the screen flashing to my eyes. It's distracting. That's data. I know they're data. They even don't know what it is, but it's data. It's distracting my attention. It's noise. In the communication, when you're on the phone and there is the storm, that's noise. You want to hear your boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband. You don't want to hear the noise, but you hear the noise. That's data. So we have to get the noise out to get the real information. So we've got organized information. And if I want to convince my stakeholders that I'm all right, that I'm right to make this decision, I'm right to plan this way, I must make sure that he is convinced in the first shot. And again, it's not by writing blah, 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 blah that I will do it. It's by doing a certain number of charts. So I'm not going to go deep into the charts, but I just want you to remember this one. Okay, we need to select information, prioritize, and organize. And we've got this one. Do you know this one?
Fishbone.
Fishbone, yeah. Who doesn't know how it works? You don't know how it works? Okay, we have a bad coffee. Why do we have bad coffee? So answer number one, we have bad coffee, let's go to Starbucks. Starbucks coffee is minimum 80 baht. This coffee is not really top. Okay, why is the coffee bad? There may be the people, the procedure, the equipment, or the material. Okay, the coffee may be bad because we got the bad coffee. For me, I don't like the coffee from Chiang Mai. I find it very bad. I hate it. Okay, I like Italian coffee. I like Australian coffee. I like French coffee. Well, that's a coffee which is not good. The people make it unpleasant. They serve you. That's not my way to drink coffee. Or we can have a procedure. The girl is nice, the coffee is good, but they don't know how to put the coffee into the coffee machine. Or the equipment, or maybe the coffee machine is full of rust and it gives this taste of rust. That's not what you like to have in your coffee. So you know what's wrong. Once you know what's wrong, you put that. You can put this here is the fishbone system by Excel sheet, and here you have the reference, so you can find it on templates, easy to use. When I've got that done, I know exactly what is my problem. Now, I know where my problem is. I know that the solution is not to get to Starbucks. Now, in other words, I have a headache. If I want to have no more headache, cut my head. Or maybe I should not drink that much wine. Maybe the wine was wrong. Maybe I had drunk too much wine. Or maybe the people I drunk wine with are not the nice people. Don't cut my head. Okay? So we have done the root cause analysis, and we know why coffee is wrong. So we know why this machine needs to be changed. We know why we need to change our software for SAP or something else. We know why we need to change our procedure to buy an ERP. We know why we can't use these old plugs, and we need a new one. We know why we need to have this new fresh top-notch car in Bangkok, because the ones we have here are not good enough. If we don't know why, no need to do anything. Why should we change? Then you have another way. This is the root cause analysis: equipment, process, people, management, equipment, etc. You can find and you can refine the main cause, secondary cause, primary cause, etc., etc. That's a very good tool. Now, it's blurry here, but imagine you get into a meeting with stakeholders and say, okay, we have a problem here, and this is the reason for the problem. No need to write a report. I say, oh yeah, how can you say that? I can say that because I've been doing statistics, and I found out that this cause is creating that many interruptions on the machine and the production. This is what we call a Pareto chart. The 80-20 it's a very good tool to show that 20% of your customers represent 80% of your sales. Or 20% of your action create 80% of your problems. And here, for example, I know that cause number 1, the ground coffee was wrong, created 50 people not happy with the coffee. But the fact that the girl was not nice, okay, only 1 person. So I don't need to change the girl, I need to change the coffee. So I show that first one, second one. People say, man, not bad. The advantage of this one is if you go onto the template, you fill up the form and it pops up properly on your Excel sheet. Love it, it's there. It's free of charge. I love what is free of charge. Okay, especially when I can sell it not free of charge. So that's 2 things that you can use. You can use more, and you can use things that can help you show your project with picture. People learn from visual things. They can learn from reading or from learning, but from pictures they will remember. I'm sure you will remember the picture of the resources. I'm pretty sure that, you see, the picture talks to you more than anything else. Okay, now we've got to make sure that we scope the technical aspects of our project. And to do this, once we have analyzed all the things that go bad, and the root cause analysis with the Pareto chart, we have to determine what we need to do. And this is going to help us with all the technical and financial aspects. It's going to help us estimate the cost. We're not going to talk about cost and cost evaluation and revenue, but it's going to be for next week. We're going to look at the amount of work to do. That's what we call the scope of work. We are going to look at the amount of and type of resources we need. For example, for your earplugs, you need a certain amount of material, and some of it will be wasted because it's going to be on a dry thing. If you just buy the quantity for the first batch, you're not going to make it. So we need to establish that, and you need to remember that the project has a time, including a start and an end. So you need, with this technical scoping, you can put this together. So the problem is how we do it. Again, what we need to do is, we must measure things. We must measure the utility supply, control things, and the site preparation, for example. We must measure all the things that are tangible. When it's intangible, it's difficult to measure. Okay, if you say to me, I need to buy a Microsoft project, this is intangible, but it's not that intangible because it's going to be a good bunch of US dollars in their pocket, which is no longer in my pocket. And I would not recommend you to buy a Microsoft project. Okay, now what is the objective? And this morning we were talking about a very important objective, which is called deliverable. Oh, this is a power plant, nuclear power plant, nearby my wife's house. Oh, she goes for holidays in France, I'm staying here. It's nearby a beautiful river, nearby Toulouse, beautiful place. Okay, in project management, I read that because this is coming from the quotation. Deliverable is a product or service that is given to your client. This is the final product. But in project management, we call that a deliverable. Okay? A deliverable can be a software, a design document, a training program, any asset that is required by the project. I say that because you will have little things. You will have mini deliverable, little bits and pieces that you consider as deliverable, but this is not the deliverable. Deliverable is, if I want a pizza, I call Pizza Hut, and if they bring the pizza, and then they bring the box, and then it's not what I ask for. I ask for service. I want the pizza in the box with the herbs. And if possible, good pizza, but Pizza Hut doesn't make any good pizza, but that's an option. So that's a deliverable, delivery service. Project managers, we are delivery service. Okay? Keep that in mind, that's a good thing. Now, look at this one. How does anyone eat an elephant? Easy, cut it in small pieces. So this is what we need to do, and in your evaluation, you will definitely have to do that. Because most project managers are schedulers. And the first thing project managers claim to be able to do is scheduling. Scheduling is one thing. This is the mechanic part of project management. This is not the smart part. So you need to know bits and pieces. It's not easy, but it's not, you don't need to be a super Einstein to do it. What is important is to cut the project objective into a smaller hierarchy of objectives. We have tasks, and we've got to cut the task into subtasks. So that we know that the elephant is got the head, legs, the body, still too big. You can take the ears, the eyes, the trunk. It's more edible, but the trunk is still big. Yeah? Could cut that in 3 pieces. Sorry for the poor elephant. Have you ever been trying to eat an elephant?
No.
Or could put a crocodile instead, you know? Can eat Cherokee, can eat that here. Okay, once we've done that, let's make it happen. We have to break down the structure, and we establish a detailed scope. The scope is big thing. This is a deliverable. Now we've got a detailed thing. We've got bits and pieces in a logical order. And it defines each deliverable. If I have to build a factory, I have a big deliverable, the factory, turnkey. But for example, in my experience of Cambodia this morning with the incineration system, it's part of a bigger project. So my deliverable is the incineration system. That's my deliverable. What the others do, I know, but that's none of my business. That's my limit of supply, my limit of responsibility. Okay? But the big guy building or refurbishing this hospital, he's got a big deliverable. So we've got several deliverables. Now, in my deliverables, like in my elephant, I cut that in bits and pieces. This is called work packages. Another term which is very important for you. The deliverable is divided in work packages. The work packages as the bits and pieces that I put together for one deliverable. You with me? Okay. Then, with the work breakdown, it allows me to cascade action one after the other, or one together with the other. I can, for example, walk and eat at the same time. But I cannot walk and swim at the same time. But to run this competition, I need to run, bike, and swim. It's not in the same place. I've got to do the 3. So I'm gonna swim first, run second, bike third. 1, 2, 3. 3 deliverables. Okay? So it's cascaded with coherence. If I build a hotel, I'm not going to start with the roof because it doesn't make sense. It's not coherent. Okay? And if I do the work breakdown properly, it increases the probability that I will not forget anything. Because I can think that a job is easy, it's not that easy. Who has a car here? Me. Who has been to the Toyota or Mercedes or BMW garage? Me. No, for me it's Honda. Who has an experience of the guy saying, it's going to be ready tonight? And actually it's not ready tonight. It's ready tomorrow. It's going to cost 5,000, but actually it's 10,000 baht. Okay? Garage is part of people who are not my friends. Because these guys don't do the work breakdown structure. Okay, they do it on purpose. But if you are a project manager, you must try to find any major and minor activity, major and minor procurement, where you need to use resources and time so that you can have a fantastic description of what you do. You can't do this at a chapter time because it's very demanding to do that. Once you've done this, it's helping you with the planning process. Because once you have the work breakdown in place, and I will show you one in 2 minutes, you can plan your actions. Then it also gives you a way to analyze the risks in your project. And risk management is for next week. And it will make you easy to identify the logical sequence of the work packages so that you can allocate this work package to one. Not all the work package to only one person. So that's going to help you a lot. So let's look at how it's going to work. Once you've got the work breakdown structure, people in love with computers will know that it's very easy to put a number. Action number 1 will be called 101. Number 2 will be 102. Oh, don't call your action 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because it means you've got only 10 actions. And if you try to do this on Excel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then when you reach 11, you're in trouble. So you have to give a number, minimum 3 digits, maybe 4, depending on how complex your project is. So you've got to describe a certain number of things, and you've got to give a number to every one of your things so that you can recognize on the listing on the computer where this package is belonging. Let's move on, and you will see that. Then we've got what we call, another word important in project management, decomposition. Decomposition is I take my elephant and I dismantle the elephant. Leg here, trunk here, ears there, eyes here. So what I do is I subdivide all the deliverable in my work breakdown structure. I put that down to certain micro level. I don't go to the microchip or to the nut and bolt unless it's very necessary. In aircraft construction, you go very, very deep because everything is supposed to fly. And if it flies, I better be sure that everything is fine. Okay? The work package level depends on what sophistication of your project you go to. And it goes to a level where you are able to really reliably estimate the cost, and the cost being people, money, time, etc. Then it gives you cost and time. And this is the work breakdown structure. Okay, major task, eating the elephant. Okay, task number 1, dismantle the elephant. So I'm going to dismantle the head, belly, the legs. Okay, once I dismantle the head, I'm going to dismantle the head, then the ears, then the eyes, then the teeth. Duration, commence. Okay, here is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I can put that as deep as I can go 25 times there. That's breakdown structure.
And it's called decomposition.
Yes. So WBS, work breakdown structure, is the tool for decomposition of deliverable into subtasks, into work packages. Wow, all the words you have for scheduling is there. Okay, now, I did that with one of my clients, the architect, and I did this work breakdown structure. So I used a Gantt chart, which is a very good way of putting the work breakdown structure together. And we're going to spend a bit of time on that because that's the perfect tool for project manager, and a project manager that does not know Gantt chart is not a project manager. Okay. Here you've got 3 main things, you remember? Major task 1, major task 2. Here I have got 3. That's an architect. They have to do some design development, some design review, and some construction. Make sense? Okay. Now, in the design development, they've got two things to do, element 1, element 2. Fine. And here I know that the element 2 cannot be done before this one is finished. Here, oh, by the way, I gave it a number. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, etc. Okay, that's my library, my dictionary. Okay? So now I know that I can't do that before this is done. And I know it takes me 2 days, which means 16 hours. And I can use this system to say, to do this, I need resource, I need my team A. And my team A is going to cost me that much. I have a fantastic tool here. If I know how to use this, it gives me all the information I need, and I can monitor my tool automatically because that's on the web.
How does the network diagram shows this one? Because there is no predecessor.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that. Okay, what I do at the moment, I do my work breakdown structure, and I say I've got to do these things, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So I've got these things done, and I put dependencies. Dependencies mean task 2 depends on task 1, but main task 1 depends on main task 2. I cannot do this if the design development is not done. So it's going to be in succession. It's going to be in logical order, and I know that my elephant starts by this, then by that, then by that. Make sense?
What's about the date? Because you have sometimes you have starting point, best case and worst case.
Yes. We can play with this. So, for example, here, I estimate that this work is going to take me 2 days. This takes me 3 days. Okay, then I put this together, and I know that this plus this is 5 days. Okay, well, at the moment I keep it simple, but you can go from simple to complex. Now, because if I can do this, if I can use my duration work cost start finish is because I say it's going to take 2 days, I have the finish date. Now I can add up columns here saying recording. Is it done? Not yet. So I have a warning. So if I know that if this thing is taking me 3 days, it's going to impact here, and it's going to appear in red, and it's going to delay my whole program. So that's why I'd say it's a monitoring tool. If I know how to use it, and if I have this open on my special computer, or my special PC, or my special Mac, I know my program, I know my project in real time. If people play with the rules, and if people give the information, not the data, information. Boss, I'm late because well, my eraser was wrong. I could not finish the drawing. Okay, late what? 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour. Okay, so I have here. I can see immediately the activities. What activities I need to do? Which activity? When the activity starts and ends. Normally on a nominal thing. How long each activity is scheduled to last? Okay, where the activity overlap, and we shall see that on the extension here. And start and date, okay, we're going to see that here as well. Well, we know, for example, that if I start this activity element 1, element 2, the thing is going to be finished on the 14th of March. Okay, that was not so long ago that I did this one. Start 3rd of March. No, 8th of March, 10th of March. So I know that it's coherent. The thing is, which is good with this kind of software, is that you don't have to put everything by yourself. You say element, duration, precedence, and the rest calculation is made automatically. Okay? That's a software. But this software is free of charge. Ganter. Ganter, yeah. You have the. I give you the
project office.
Oh, Microsoft Office project is fine, but that's a very heavy thing, and it costs you $1,000. This one is allowing you to. I think you can go up to 100 lines, which for most small project is good enough. And if it's not enough, you build a Gantt 1, Gantt 2, Gantt 3 for each and every data variable, and they run this way. For me, I use that most of the time. I have another one, which is Merlin. Merlin is the kind of Microsoft project for Mac, but it's, if you have a Mac, it's free of charge if you have less than 100 lines, I think. It's good, it's even better than this. But the good thing with Gantt is easy to use, free of charge, and if you want to transform that into Microsoft project or Merlin, you can do it. Okay, so we got that, supported by proper software, and you can link this to resources, budget, deadlines, and of course, if a deadline is not there, you have an information is going to be delayed. After this, you talk with the guy in charge why it's late, but then you can say delayed by 2 days, impact that. And it's recalculating automatically everything. That's what it gives you. That's the same. And I see that here I inserted, this is the link for Gantt chart, smart app. You can try that, smartapp.com. If you have time, we can try to play a little bit of Gantt chart together. So what I did here is this is the same. I just reduced these columns to get access to that one. And I know that my element 1 is getting 2 days to complete. My element 2 is getting there. And I see that visually that task design development takes me that much. And here it is. Now, I know that I can start the action here, which is permit. I can start it here before the whole thing starts. So I can link my activity here. This second activity is after this one, and it could be logically just after, but there's something I must do before. So this task is linked to this one, but there is something different that I must do before. So I can schedule my things. You see the permit here is linked to nothing. Okay, I've got to make it independently. Okay, so what it shows here is that I must do that before I start that. So here I have this is done, this is done. Here I have what you call a deadline or milestone. Deadline is, if you don't get it, you're dead. Milestone is that's a step in the progress of the project. Milestone is important because milestone is a moment where you can claim, most of the time, you can claim a payment from the customer. Okay? Yeah, anything. For me, I like to have down payment, then payment in between or every other month until completion. Completion is end of the project. So you can see here that it goes this way. If you have computers open, can you try to access Gantt chart? You go to www.smartapp.com. Or if you have a thing like Google Chrome, you can just type Gantter, Gantter, and it will give you access. So that's what we have.
from GAN.com.
The good thing with this piece of free software, or you may have to register before you can use it. I'm not sure.
Yes, you do.
Okay, for me, I've been using it for ages, so, right? So what is important here is that
Good waste. Not available.
okay, here I have my thing and my work breakdown structure with my elements. Okay, so I can type anything here, and it will start here, right? Because today is 2nd of April. Okay, I know that this will take me 1 day. I know how much it will cost because I can access my resources. Go to resources, please. Yeah, resources name is. I use myself. DD. Okay, and I can enter the information about me, my email. I'm not equipment, so I'm work. I'm very cheap. 0 per hour at that stage. Don't say that to anyone, so I better be careful and say that I'm going to cost $1,200 per hour. Okay? I've done that. And I go back to my tasks, and I can play with this all the time. So my predecessors, my resources, I can say that task 2, here is, this is task, Here you have another, this is a subtask. Okay, how do I know it's a subtask? Because I do this here, indent. Okay, main task. See, it was 1, now it's 1, 1. Here I have another task. It's also a subtask. Okay, and I know that this task here cannot be done before this one is done. See, bam. Okay, it shows immediately here. Should show immediately here. Okay. Stay on this page, please. Oh no, that's because I'm using the magic mouse, and the magic mouse sometimes not friendly. My predecessor got out. No, it's fine. Yes, here it is. Yeah. So you see that on my Gantt chart here, my work breakdown structure with good information tells me that this task is going to take a certain number of hours, but I cannot do this one before I do this one. Make sense? So I invite you to play with this because that's very, very useful. I suggest you do that during the week, so we can try that next week. Okay, try Gantt. Now, if you don't like Gantt because anything is wrong with these guys, I want this to go out. How can I get this out? Okay, I'm back to my normal screen. You can also try to go to, can show you a learning thing. Where's my Merlin?
Merlin test, is it Merlin test?
Merlin is,
It's during download, Merlin test.
Merlin test, you got Merlin test? You got a Mac?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Then it's Merlin test.
Okay. Application.
We have to register, right?
I don't know. I got it. I got it here. Okay. I got exactly the same thing. Come on. Yes. Okay. I got exactly the same thing under the. Yes, I know that I can update because I paid for that. One later. I did exactly the same thing, but the good thing with this one is that it's more professional. It's more advanced, and I can, because I'm owning this thing, I bought the license. I can build the railway of Thailand on this software. But you see, it's giving you exactly the same things. It's giving you the work breakdown structure. It's giving you all the elements, and if I want to use that, I can use the resources. I can use the utilization of resources, etc., etc.
How did you do the sub? So you've got your main heading, you design. How did you do
the what?
The subheadings. So you've got design development as your first one, then you've got element 1.
Oh, this one here. How to get from here to there?
Yeah.
You do a tab. Oh, on Ganter, you on Ganter?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back to Ganter. Okay.
Oh, yeah, got it.
This one.
Yeah, done it. Okay, thank you.
So play with it. I remember I was working with a client. The name is Frankie. They do kitchen, industrial kitchen, in China, and the commercial director of all Asia, a Filipino guy, used that, and in the evening he said, "Let's have a whiskey." I said, "Yeah, let's have a whiskey." And he came with his computer. I said, "We are having a whiskey." He said, "No, I'm using Gata. It's so good. It saves me time." So for him, it was just discovering something magic because it's so easy to use. It's easier than a game game table. So try to use that. It's going to be fun. Okay, let's move on because we've got still things on our plate for today. Okay, we've got that. We understand how it works, and we're going to use it during the week and see how you can do it. Everybody agrees to try to do it? Fantastic. Okay, now we can use this as any template, and you can use it for any of your projects. Now, what's important is that we need to, on this thing, we can schedule our activities with the work breakdown. We have a work breakdown which is division of the big task, of the big deliverable in work packages. Okay, we know how to sequence that so that we can go from A to Z until the end of the project. And we know that we can link the tasks and we can sequence them. And then we have to understand that some tasks are linked in a different way. For example, here, I show you this first. I want to show you the thing first. Okay, there is a project, and this little work package is going to take, I have 10 days. Okay, logically, with my Gantt chart, I know that when I finish task 1, I can start task 2. If I have resources of 5 people and I need 5 people for this one and 5 people for this one, that's fine. I'm going to have the finish to start relation. The vocabulary is important. Okay. Now, imagine that this task takes only 2 persons and I have more persons available, and this task may start before. I can decide to start this one before so that I may save time here. So I'll move this thing here, which means that task 2 leads, it runs ahead. We've got a lead activity. Okay? Now, maybe I cannot, and maybe I need to finish that before I start that. But in most cases, you've got activities that must not be in sequence. They must be, they may be adjustable, so you can save time. Now, that's a lead activity. Now we've got another thing. We've got a lag activity. This task takes 5 days, and this task takes 3 days. But I have an emergency thing, and I may need to delay this task because I need the engineer. Because I have 10 days to run my deliverable, my task, and I know this takes only 8 days, I may rent my chief engineer for 2 days, or send him back to his normal office. We have a lag activity. Lead, lag. Does it make sense? Don't try to go too deep in that, but know that the expression exists, and in project managing people like the PMI, they like to torture you with things like that. For me, it's easy. I need to do that, I need to do that. Can I put that together, or can I delay, or can I do it ahead of time? End of the story. Gantt chart will help me on that. But you never know. People will say, yeah, this is a lead or a lag. Okay, yeah, hang on. I know what you're talking about. Then you've got what we call float. This program is still 10 days. Task 1 is taking 10 days. Task 2 is taking 2 days. But they are not linked with one another. They are not in sequence. So this thing can be done with an early start, it will finish early, or with a late start, and it will finish late. Actually, this one should be a little bit like that. That's what we call a float slack. Got it? Now I go to another tool, because I need you to understand what this expression means. We have understood now that tasks may depend on one another. This is what we call dependencies. I may have preceding or succeeding. If you remember this one here, this is a preceding task, this is a succeeding task. Start to start, I cannot start this. I can start this and start that at the same time. It's like we had with our Slack activity. We can have finish to start. Some tasks cannot start before the other task is completed. Finish to finish, etc., etc. We've got all these elements. So it's just a way to understand when we need to start, and this is what we call dependencies. Start to finish, task cannot be completed before another activity is started. What kind of task can this be? Okay, start to start is easy. I can walk and drink my coffee at the same time, even if I take a risk of spilling the coffee on my shirt. Finish to start. I cannot drink my coffee before it's done. Make my coffee, let it cool down a bit, and I can drink it. Finish to start. Finish to finish. Some tasks cannot be completed before others are completed. My car will not be assembled if all the components are not ready. Start to finish. Some tasks cannot be completed before another is started. task cannot be completed before another is started. Oops, silence. Okay, take your MBA, for example. Can you get, where is your MBA segment doing here? Can you start all the lectures, all the sequences, there's a thing at the same time? No. Is this a finish to start? Most of you have not finished your financial thing yet, right? So it does not prevent us from starting the project management. So where is this? It's a Slack. It's a Slack. You can start it anytime I want. Okay? Sorry? Yes. Finish to finish. Some tasks cannot be completed before the others are completed. Would you get your MBA if you don't get this certificate of project management? Here you are. Okay? Start to finish. Some tasks cannot be completed before another one is started. If you were doing financial management and financial accounting, you would have to do it we would have to do it start to finish. Because you would never understand financial accounting if you don't know, you cannot do financial management if you don't know financial accounting. Okay? Now, we've got something which is tricky. We have what we call a node diagram, which is also named a PERT chart. And this is working with what we call nodes. Node is a box with a name or number. Okay? And there is a relationship between this task and this task and this task and this task. Relationship between task A to task B should be task B. Okay, we start, we have task 1, task 2, task 3, task 4, task 5, and the end. What is tricky here is that we know that we can start task 2 regardless of task 1. We could do that on a Gantt chart as well. But we know that we cannot start task 3 before task 1 and task 2 are done. You with me? Now, task 4 cannot be done before task 2 is done. And if I want to do task 5, I need to have 3 and 4 done so that I can do task 5 in my project. Okay? The system I show you, the Gantt or the Merlin or the others, are able to convert the Gantt chart into that. You can have the representation in 2 ways. The good thing with that, actually I don't really like that. It's not easy to use. It's not as flashy for the eye of someone, but it helps you calculate something which is very important. Let me get to you now. And this is the network diagram, which is going to help you calculate the critical path. If you look at this diagram, it shows you that we have, I need to sit down a while, that I can be more quiet. We have the task, and I give a code to this task. You remember in my work breakdown dictionary, I give numbers. This one is task 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I know that I need 45 hours to do this. I need 4 hours to do that, 10 hours to do that, etc. So I have a table that tells me that the path, you know what the path is? This is the road. To do this, we have 10 to 20, 45, then 20 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60. That's 45 plus 6 plus 10 plus 11, 72 hours. Okay? Now, I've got this one here, 10 to 20, 45, 20 to 50, 20, 50 to 60, 11. I get to 76 hours. Okay? Then I've got the third one, which is 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 60. Ah, this one is easy, it's only 25 hours.
How is 50 to 60, 11 hours?
Which one?
On all of them. How is 50 to 60, 11 hours?
50 to 60 is 11 hours.
Oh, sorry. I was actually up 50 to 60, sorry.
Okay. No, that's why I don't like per chart. It's because it's very, very hard to read if you're not used to it. Now, there is something we call critical path. Critical path is, we know that this project cannot be done in less than 76 hours. And this is the critical path. If I'm late here, it doesn't really matter. If I'm late it's in 30, 50, okay, I have time to catch up if I have the resources. So where should I concentrate my efforts? I know that I'm going to be paid when 60 is finished. I don't want to be late because I've got a flight to take. I've got a satellite to put on the rocket to send in the sky. And being late, I used to work with Alcatel Space, building satellites, not me, but them. I was in supply chain. And I knew that being late by 1 hour, we missed the window. And missing the shooting window means we may have to wait for 3 weeks before we shoot again. And 3 weeks of delay for Arianespace, that's a lot of money. That's some millions and hundreds of millions of dollars penalty. So we cannot miss. So the critical path is what is critical in our project. We cannot screw up with this. But because we know that we have a bit of time here. So if I'm scared that I may be late here, I can take some resources here and there to fill the gap. The good thing with this is the Americans use that for the military program. This is called PERT, Program Evaluation and Review Technique. Not very friendly, but useful. Now, on these softwares, critical path is here. Yes, got it. It works, huh? That's beautiful thing of keynotes. Here it is. On software like Merlin or Gantt, this is what it will show you. It will show you the critical path in red. It's not as beautiful as this fancy thing, but at least you enter your work breakdown structure, you enter your dates, your time for completion, and you got that calculated automatically. I recommend strongly that you use that. So Gantt chart, again, is going to give you this, and you can use software Gantt, MS Project, Merlin Mac, and plenty others. You've got plenty of software, more or less free, that are going to give you a good service on that. The advantage of Gantt, again, is free. It's easy to use, but it has some limits. You can't run a big project. You can run the construction of your house. You can run a marketing campaign with that. But if it's to build a building like this or to refurbish a hotel, probably you need something more powerful. Okay? Now, what is important, and it's going to be the last part of our day, we have time, is resource leveling. The good thing with the Gantt chart is that, especially if you use software, it's going to tell you that, yeah, I love that, a bit of show off. Demo dat quorum agit. That's Latin. Reminds me when I was a young boy. I had no choice, I had to do Latin. Because no one can give what he doesn't have. So you cannot use me teaching project management here today and on the next room teaching HR. Maybe I can do it physically I cannot. So you cannot use things you don't have. You don't have 2 DDA, fortunately for this planet. So what is important is that you must consider the leveling of your resources. Leveling, very important word in project management. So we must use them with consideration. And if you need the car, your wife cannot have the car unless you have 2 cars. Okay? So what we do is that, oh yes, before we go to the sketch, don't forget that we are on a project, and we are on a project, we are in competition with the functions. If I use an engineer, or if I use Jake for the HR job in a project, maybe your boss say, hey, she has to work. She's always working with you. What's wrong with the project? So I've got to make sure that everybody's happy. So the human and physical resources do not belong to me only. If I use the truck, maybe the truck can be used, must be used for something else. I need to make sure I can use it at the right time. They may be used, most project resources are used on a part-time basis. And of course, I cannot use DDA for 2 actions at different places, even if I'm a fantastic guy. Using the available resources and float the resources is between the finish and the start and finish time is very important, and this is something we can do here. This is when I look at the resources on my WBS, on my work breakdown structure, I say that to do this task, I need this engineer for 8 hours today. But hey, this guy, I need him 4 times. He's overbooked. He's 400% used. I must do something. When I know how to use this resource leveling, and this is from Gantt, so it goes to that extent, I know that I have my resources, I have my costs, I know where I use the resources. If I put 2 things in sequence, no, you can't do that because you've got this guy overexposed. So you have to delay something or to find another resource. So that's what it's going to tell you. And the leveling is done for that.
Is it this resources is calculated based on hourly or
based on your input? The machine is stupid. Don't forget, these things are the most stupid things. They just do what you ask them to do. If they screw up, it's because you screw up. The most powerful computer is between your 2 ears. That's the only one that exists at the moment. Maybe the Japanese are going to invent some unfriendly robots, but we are not there yet. Okay, I'm not ready to give my project management to a robot, even Japanese. Okay, recap. We have been making use of a little bit of work breakdown. We've been playing with the Gantt chart, and we've used the PERT chart and the Gantt chart to establish the critical path, right? We've been able to identify that with a well-developed work breakdown with the different levels going from the deliverable to the work package, with the dates, with the predecessors, the successors, we're able to make a plan. It's a little bit difficult at the beginning. You're going to screw up. You're going to pull the air out. For those who have hair, for me, it's gone already. You may be able to be proficient on this in less than 5 hours. And it's a good investment, believe me. Once you've done this, you can also use other templates, but you can use template on the Gantt chart, which is the Excel template, but it's not going to give you the capability of a real Gantt thing. Gantt is free. Gantt is Gantt. Here is the link. Try to use that. It's gonna be fine. I did that for a mining thing in Sepon. That was a safety issue of a Sepon mine, but they also go for And here we have the resources. So you see we have the detail of resources, so we could level the resources. So the guys from the mine are able to use that, supervisors. So if they can do it in Laos, where they're not very, very strong at that, we can do it here. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to talk about risk management. And this is a real picture. I was in the plane in Indonesia. Ooh, scary. That we were in a caravan, and that was not a caravan. That was 737 just landing. Oops. Okay. We're done for today. Any question? I will make sure that you get this thing. If David is still there, I will send that to you. The thing on change management, I just put that boom boom. Now it's not going to be very refined, but I think it's better for you to have this as soon as possible. I will send that to you in PDF. And to make sure you can read it and use it, I will make one slide, 1 page. Maybe a bit heavy. If you have limitation, you may wait for 15 minutes so that I can transform that in PDF and I can give it to you individually. Up to you. We're on time, we're on schedule. The project for today is under control. And see you next week. I see that no one was really interested in reading that book. I'm not surprised. I'm not really interested.
Is waiting for your book ready?
My book is almost ready. I just need to change things, and I want to adjust things on mostly on the stakeholder management.
Put me down for 1 copy.
It's gonna be ready after you graduate. I think I need to talk to my co-writer on that. But for delivering that free of charge, not a problem. That's in my. It's in my delegation. My other ones. End of the movie.
Oh, movies. Yeah, I didn't touch.
Yeah, because I've been recorded all day. I hope I didn't miss many stupid things. See you next week. Cheers. Cheers. Bye. Okay.
Sure. Charter grammatical ऐसा फाइन
पेन में
खाली कट गरेर उता लगाउँछ मेरो त यो अप्सन छैन हैन
यहाँ कंप्यूटर को
हजुर
यहाँ कंप्यूटर को ठीक
ठीक
है
谢谢，谢谢。OK，谢谢。
Thank you for that. No doubt I'll see you somewhere around. I'll be in my box back in Monday.
Okay.
See you, Deshan.
I'll be there on Tuesday. I've got lecture on Tuesday.
Okay. See you, good luck.
It is downloaded, but not able to open.
Sorry again?
It's Marley. I tried to download.
Oh, if you download from here, you're lucky because there is power, it's very low power.
Not able to open.
Because it's not downloaded.
It's not computable. Yes.
It should be easy. You're on what? Google? Google?
Yeah. Just go back. Zip file. Yeah, you can go. I'll follow this down. Please enter the
Ooh, 16 meg representation. Did it this year? You get it? Oh, it's probably because downloading from here is not easy. Okay, I need to put that on.
Still taking huge trouble. So first you have to do the capability and before. Total liabilities. Total liability divided by total risk. Yeah, this one I have to do it for the calculation. Yeah. Same thing, right? This is total liabilities. Total liabilities is this one. This one. You have to minus this one. Total liabilities. There is a shareholder something. There is shareholder. So you have to minus this one.
Minus.
Total liability. Oh yes. Good. It's given. This one divide by
Correct.
yeah, 100.
You're on accounting?
Yeah.
Okay, don't disturb me. See you next week.
So far it's okay.
Yeah, quick ratio you have to minus this minus inventory.
So the difference between sales and revenue. Sometimes we have to use revenue, sometimes we have to use sales.
No, this is same thing. Sales and revenue is same. Sales, yeah.
This calculation actually comes from that.
Yeah, it's called, it can be either used as a sale or revenue. It's sometimes used as net sale also. It's same thing. When you sell something, the revenue you generate is called revenue. Sometimes it's called total sales, sometimes it's called net sales. Yeah. Okay. Revenue is this one. Revenue and cost and expenses is gross profit. Yeah, sales. You can see, you can term as sales, sometimes it's called net sales. Sales. And this cost and expenses is called the cost of goods sold. This minus this, it will give you a gross profit. So this divided by this will give you gross margin. Yeah. Gross profit margin. It's okay, you just divide and make it. You have soft copy out there, this soft copy out there in Excel. I'll just calculate for you. This soft copy is there. There, you can. This is in Excel, can I put this to Excel? Okay, yeah.
Are you using Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Is there Wi-Fi still? Or is there not?
This one is done, so I can turn off, right?
Yes, camera is being.
I can turn off?
But I don't know if it's recorded or it's saved or not. Only Jason.
Jason will.
Jason knows.
Sure, I will not
You
touch
can do
it.
that. Okay.
Done. See you Monday then.
See you Monday.
Tomorrow is day off, huh? Good. Thank you for your help this morning.
Oh,
It
no
was
problem. That was very,
very useful, very appreciated.
that was really complete.
Good that they have fun with the accounting.
Yeah.
Put that on the desk.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
In case of you, since revenue is income. 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 7, 3, 7, 2, 3, 9. And cost of goods sold is so it's just so we need a gross profit margin. So you divide this by this. 7%. So you do other. So the margin is 7%. That is also mutual country. It means it's expenses now. This is administrative expenses 2 to 1. From here, 18 comes this gross profit minus this one. So your this percentage is divided by this one into 100. It's coming to 2%. So margin, I think it's very less.
It's not much.
It's net sell margin. Net sell margin and it's gross sell margin. I'll write a formula, okay? Gross sales margin.
He got that.
So you have to compare to 2 years. So you can take the CG. So formula is here. What is the formula is just getting what it is.